skills like spacing and orb blocking. She's all about ramping up power and unleashing it at exactly the right time. So pour yourself some tea and brush up on your ancient Ionian. It's time for the Yunara Champion Spotlight.
The time has come to prune the tree.
Up first, Yunara's passive, Vow to the First Lands. Her critical strikes deal extra magic damage. And now that's it. That's the entire passive. Yunara's Q is Cultivation of Spirit. She gains stacks of Unleash by attacking enemies. At max stacks, Yunara can activate Q to, you guessed it, Unleash for a few seconds. She gains attack speed, bonus damage on hit, and deals splash damage in a small area with each attack. Unleash stacks decay quickly out of combat, so Yunara wants to stay in the fray to stay at her strongest. Next, W is Arc of Judgment. Yunara sends a swirling prayer beat out, which damages and slows enemies as it travels. It slows down any time it hits a target, then lingers and expands at its terminus, continuing to damage enemies who don't get out of the way. For E, Yunara activates Kanmei's Steps, which grants her a quick burst of move speed to chase down enemies, reposition, or dodge skill shots. Now let's focus on her ultimate, Transcend One's Self. With R, Yunara taps into her full power, entering a transcendent state for several seconds that enhances all of her basic abilities for the duration. Her Q, Cultivation of Spirit, instantly activates and empowers her attacks for as long as she's transcended, which is a long duration upgrade. Her W, Arc of Judgment, becomes Arc of Ruin. Instead of a swirling prayer bead, she fires a beam of spirit magic that slows and deals high damage in a line. Finally, her E, Kanmei Steps, becomes Untouchable Shadow. She gains a short dash instead of movement speed, and the ult cast resets the cooldown. She can dive out of danger or right into the fight. When Yunara transcends oneself, her enemies don't have a prayer.
Age of Retribution!
Like many other AD carries, Yunara wants to play safe until she finds the right moment to get aggressive. She's truly powerful with a fully stacked Q. If Cultivation of Spirit is ready to activate, it might be a good time to fight. An even better time to fight? When her ult is up. Her mobility is pretty limited most of the time, so opponents want to lock her down before she goes all Super Kinku mode. Positioning is key here. All that potential power means nothing if she doesn't live long enough to use it. Yunara is meant for you ADC purists. Her ramping power might feel familiar if you like playing Ashe or even Zeri. Basically anyone who likes decimating enemies with a relentless barrage of autos. Find out what more than 200 years of Spirit Realm experience looks like with Yunara, the Unbroken Faith.
Perseverance, patience, providence.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
ここに集まったのはそれぞれが力を試し神殿の巫女の力を最もふさわしく扱えるものを決めるためだ。では前置きはこの辺にして商談を始めよう。
滚死吧！完拿，给我操！
ユナーラのパッシブがクリティカルダメージを出した時にこう追加ダメージで魔法ダメージを与えるっていうパッシブなんですけど、序盤はやっぱりクリティカルアイテムを詰めないので中盤とか2コア3コアあたりの後半中盤後半あたりに影響力が出てくるかなというふうに思います。 ユナラのメインスキルが9でスタックを8個貯めないと発動できないっていうスキルなので、ちょっと連戦とかはすごく難しい印象を受けました。
Theo em thấy ấn tượng đầu tiên của em về con tướng Yunaga này thì lối chơi cơ động và
我觉得他的 Q 在对线上应该会占蛮大的优势吧，因为他可以透过扩散来抢兵线。那在下路其实抢线权是下路最重要的工作。
W やばいよ。イカれてるダメージしてる。なんかゼリーの強化版みたいな感じ。
Em nghĩ là chiêu W của Yunara thì nếu mà ở trạng thái thường thì sẽ phù hợp với ở vị trí ở lane, còn vị trí ở W ở siêu việt, ở trạng thái siêu việt thì sẽ phù hợp ở giao tranh。
比较长，好像在放龟外气功的感觉。
ユナーラの E が思ったよりも早く動けるし、クールダウンも短いので結構連戦でも積極的に使っていいんじゃないかなっていうふうに感じました。
他们那个
ブッシュ近
还在睡觉啊？对啊，这里是来了。好，那第一个走了好不好？啊！哎呦！W，哎，可以直接杀他。
ウルトのダッシュの挙動もすごく速いので、相手からしたらすごいやりづらいだろうなっていうふうには感じます。
我觉得他的大招有点像，就是他把他的3招都强化了。
個人的に感じたのは、ゼリのウルト中かなっていうふうに感じました。W や E のクールダウンも解消されて、Q が15秒間持続で発動するので，
对，他就是开了大来配合他的 QW 的。
Thì cảm nhận của em khi mà khi mà chơi Yunara là kiểu cảm giác con tướng này đánh tay khá là nhiều, nên là đầu game hơi bị khó để đi lane. Còn về giữa game và cuối game thì tướng khá là mạnh.
Theo em nghĩ thì nếu muốn chơi vị tướng này thì mọi người cần giữ vị trí trong giao tranh, phối hợp với đồng đội.
我觉得对上他角色的话，就是趁他在 Q 还没有叠起来之前跟他换血。
상대 뭐 이즈카르마나 이런 견제기가 좀 좋은 챔피언 있으면은 힘들 것 같다는 느낌을 받았어요.
Theo em nghĩ là tướng để phát huy tối đa sức mạnh của Yonara là những vị tướng có khả năng bảo kê trong giao tranh, ví dụ như là Rakan hoặc là Lulu.
他感觉是需要发育起来的英雄，但在赛场上就是下路不太适合太发育，他需要有一点能够战斗的能力。
もちろんやっぱりプロゲーマーなので、練習しないといけない部分もたくさんあるんで、もちろんそれは練習しようと思ってます。ただやっぱりユナーラ自体がすごくなんていうんでしょう、新鮮なチャンピオンなので、すごく練習するのも楽しみなチャンピオンでもあります。
Theo em thì em nếu mà con tướng này mà ra mắt thì em sẽ chơi nó, em sẽ luyện tập nó rất là nhiều, em sẽ không cấm nó bởi vì em thấy con tướng này nó phù hợp với em.
哎，他开大了。我应该都帮我躲，我应该跳回来啊，我完全放过呀。
ロックじゃねえし。
哇，三分 OP。
やばい、遅刻。またかよ、マブルに怒られる。間に合った。嘘、終わってるじゃん。またやっちゃったよ。
今天我们聚集在这里，有一个特别的目的。我要跟你们讲一个故事。这个故事的主角是一位传奇的 ADC 选手。
Coming through, and they can't do it. Uzi is still alive and kicking, and Uzi is trying to carry the game right now.
我 S3第一次看到 UGI 比赛的时候，我就觉得，原来 ADC 是可以这样玩的哦。因为之前 ADC 前期都是在发育嘛，那你等到后期再站出来 carry。那 UZ 的打法其实他从对线期啊，或者是团战，他有办法找到那种机会，而且他操作当时是已经比大家都好的非常多。
我觉得 UZI 特别的地方是，别人 AD 都是打团方面比较出色一点，然后他是从对线就开始给别人很大的压力，然后打团也是零失误。
Là một đối thủ lâu năm của Uzi thì cảm thấy cái áp lực đi rừng của Uzi lại rất là lớn. Mà là một người đi rừng thì mình phải dành rất là nhiều thời gian để chăm sóc cặp bot của mình. Và trong teamfight tổng gần như rất là hiếm thấy khi Uzi mắc những cái lỗi và rất là khó để có thể giết được cũng như là nắm bắt cơ hội giết được Uzi.
Uzi is coming in from the backside. Surprise! Here comes the Vayne. Kill for White. Sun's not going to escape this one. They focus down Uzi, but look at him. He's still alive. He's still surviving. He stays alive. Ace for Royal Club. What an amazing.
UZI 有一点是让我非常敬佩的，因为他其实个人的话受伤是非常严重的。他每次在团练完或者训练赛完之后，他就是必须要接受1到2次的物理治疗。但是他物理治疗完后还是可以积极的回去投入排位，这点是让我很敬佩的一点。
我觉得当一个职业选手，你休息了2年再回来职业场上，其实是非常非常困难的一件事情。因为其实你这1、2年的时间，你已经不习惯了这个高压力的训练。因为其实我们职业选手训练量是非常大的，而且你还要打比赛，你面对的压力其实是很大很大。那这2年，我相信 UGI 在休息的时候再回来是非常难的一个決定。那我想看他回来的时候，我觉得就是他对于打電競這個事情是非常有熱情。
Sau khi nghỉ 2 năm thi đấu chuyên nghiệp thì khi mà quay trở lại thi đấu chuyên nghiệp thì rất là nhiều điều mà mình rất là tự tin trước đó, hay là những cái mà luyện tập hàng ngày mình luyện tập rất là nhiều thì cũng không còn những cái lửa như đợt trước nữa, cũng không thể nào mà theo kịp được những cái thời mà mình từ trước đó mà mình luyện tập nhiều hơn, mình tự tin vào những cái phần này phần kia và thật sự là một quá trình mà mình phải bắt đầu lại từ đầu để có thể tập luyện cũng như là làm quen với nó.
Take second blue, but that's going to be about the end of it. Instead, it's going to be bottom lane. Gorilla going in onto Uzi, dropping the ignite, able to find the initiation. Uzi with an expert dodge to get away as Ming gets out as well.
S13我跟他在 EDG， 那是他生涯的最后1年，但是我还是能感觉到他的胜负欲特别强，我也从他身上学到了很多好的地方。
Uzi đã ảnh hưởng và truyền động lực cho mình thì mình thấy là sự nghị lực và chuyên nghiệp của anh ta khi mà mình thấy những trận thua của anh ta thì anh ta sẽ không bao giờ bỏ cuộc, và thường thì mình thấy là sau mùa đó thì anh ta sẽ trở lại rất là mạnh mẽ, nên là mình học được tính cách đó từ anh ta.
Whenever I watched him play in the past, whenever he made his plays, I'd say he always looked super confident. So I think whenever I try to perform on stage or practice scrims, I always try to play with full confidence in all of my games.
之前的话，我可能是作为一个观众的视角在看 UZI 比赛，然后 S8、S9 的时候，我是作为队友在他身边看他打比赛嘛，然后实际上看了他的操作之后，就发现这个人的技术真的是精湛到一个不行。
EDG are backing away. Uzi is still looking for it, can't get it. He's going in now. You've got to watch those Prey Seekers as 1xN all by himself will get hit down by Allah. And UCal, can he do it? Uzi, the flash away was huge, and Allah now wants to chase down UCal, and he gets him down. Flash that Vayne emotes as EDG go clutch.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
The time has come to prune the tree. Much has changed, and I do not understand why. Not truly. ashes. I mustn't take a single breath for granted.
It's okay.
Let's go.
Goodbye, bro.
No! Let's go!
Yunara's been doing her job for a long time, but centuries of standing guard in the Spirit Realm have only sharpened her resolve and her aim. In-game, Yunara is an ADC for ADCs, with a focus on core marksman skills like spacing and orb blocking. She's all about ramping up power and unleashing it at exactly the right time. So pour yourself some tea and brush up on your ancient Ionian. It's time for the Yunara Champion Spotlight.
The time has come to prune the tree.
Up first, Yunara's passive, Vow to the First Lands. Her critical strikes deal extra magic damage. And now that's it. That's the entire passive. Yunara's Q is Cultivation of Spirit. She gains stacks of Unleash by attacking enemies. At max stacks, Yunara can activate Q to, you guessed it, Unleash for a few seconds. She gains attack speed, bonus damage on hit, and deals splash damage in a small area with each attack. Unleash stacks decay quickly out of combat, so Yunara wants to stay in the fray to stay at her strongest. Next, W is Arc of Judgment. Yunara sends a swirling prayer beat out, which damages and slows enemies as it travels. It slows down anytime it hits a target, then lingers and expands at its terminus, continuing to damage enemies who don't get out of the way. For E, Yunara activates Kanmei's Steps, which grants her a quick burst of move speed to chase down enemies, reposition, or dodge skill shots. Now let's focus on her ultimate, Transcend One's Self. With R, Yunara taps into her full power, entering a transcendent state for several seconds that enhances all of her basic abilities for the duration. Her Q, Cultivation of Spirit, instantly activates and empowers her attacks for as long as she's transcended, which is a long duration upgrade. Her W, Arc of Judgment, becomes Arc of Ruin. Instead of a swirling prayer bead, she fires a beam of spirit magic that slows and deals high damage in a line. Finally, her E, Kanmei Steps, becomes Untouchable Shadow. She gains a short dash instead of movement speed, and the ult cast resets the cooldown. She can dive out of danger or right into the fight. When Yunara transcends oneself, her enemies don't have a prayer.
Age of Retribution!
Like many other AD carries, Yunara wants to play safe until she finds the right moment to get aggressive. She's truly powerful with a fully stacked Q. If Cultivation of Spirit is ready to activate, it might be a good time to fight. An even better time to fight? When her ult is up. Her mobility is pretty limited most of the time, so opponents want to lock her down before she goes all Super Kinku mode. Positioning is key here. All that potential power means nothing if she doesn't live long enough to use it. Yunara is meant for you ADC purists. Her ramping power might feel familiar if you like playing Ashe or even Zeri. Basically anyone who likes decimating enemies with a relentless barrage of autos. Find out what more than 200 years of Spirit Realm experience looks like with Yunara, the Unbroken Faith.
Perseverance, patience, providence.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
ここに集まったのはそれぞれが力を試し神殿の巫女の力を最もふさわしく扱えるものを決めるためだ。では前置きはこの辺にして商談を始めよう。
不会死吧？烦恼。对，我操！
ユナーラのパッシブがクリティカルダメージを出した時にこう追加ダメージで魔法ダメージを与えるっていうパッシブなんですけど、序盤はやっぱりクリティカルアイテムを詰めないので中盤とか2コア3コアあたりの後半中盤後半あたりに影響力が出てくるかなというふうに思います。ユナーラのメインスキルが9でスタックを8個貯めないと発動できないっていうスキルなので、ちょっと連戦とかはすごく難しい印象を受けました。
Theo em thấy ấn tượng đầu tiên của em về con tướng Yunaga này thì lối chơi cơ động và
我觉得他的 Q 在对线上应该会占蛮大的优势吧，因为他可以透过扩散来抢兵线。那在下路其实抢线权是下路最重要的工作。
Summoners from all around the globe, welcome once again to the League of Legends Titans Cup, Malaysia and Singapore, as this will be the very final day where we get to witness history in action. My name's Contra, alongside with me is Sagi. Before we even get our way to the grand finals, of course, we gotta thank everyone that made all of this possible. All of this is powered to you by Riot Games themselves. And of course, we also wanted to thank our dear share partners, Secret Lab, and all this is also brought to you from Easy On Air.
Wow, Contra, couldn't have done it without you and couldn't have done it with everybody who sponsored us and to make this happen here. So thank you, production house Easy On Air, for making this happen. But damn, before the actual grand finals, we have to go into a bit of a show match between the KOL and MVP of the fun match. Because, man, our KOL, Baby Life, Raichu, Unnecessary, Verified Cycle, and Reframe will be participating in a small show match just prior for this grand tournament that we have to determine who will be the one to represent us, Malaysia, Singapore, as the representative to the LCP qualifiers.
Yeah, it's going to be a real fun time, and I do believe some of them are currently streaming on their own platform as well. Do show them some loves, as today's schedule will be a best of 5 between Fairy Charm versus All Luck 2.
And also, like we mentioned, before this all unfolds, the best of 5 with the Fearless Draft, the KOL versus MVP fun match will be happening just shortly, because we're gonna be playing 2 sets of ARAM. One ARAM where we'll be having all random, the other ARAM, which is the second game, we'll be having a blind pick session here. So before the entire grand finale of the Titans Cup Malaysia and Singapore, we will be having a short fun match for that moment.
Yeah, I really do wonder what kind of champs do we actually get to see, since, you know, when we go into ARAM, there's now 3 possibilities of going through certain maps, like that with the addition of Cochin's Crossing, and also, you know, we also have a chance to even dive into Bilgewater again, blasting from the cannonballs into the lane. Is definitely something to look out for as well. So I'm definitely excited to see if you know, all the odds are actually in their favor in that sense. Where, you know, ARAM, it can get a little messy where you don't know what you're getting. Sometimes you don't even have an ADC on your side, or you can have a full lineup of Poke Mages. I mean, it's all pretty messy out there.
It's pretty messy, it's all random. That's why it's fun for our ARAM match. We don't know the potential picks coming in, but shortly when we move into the loading screen to the start of the game, we might be seeing certain OP champs that we might always see in ARAM, maybe like the Senna, maybe like all these scaling champions. We don't know, right?
I guess it really depends on who do you think is actually OP when it comes down to ARAM. Like, some people can argue like, hey, Master Yi is broken because you could just continue with your Highlander going on resets, or if you're also playing like Zoe on the really tight angle, I mean, sure, you can't really cast the Sleepy Trouble Bubble too far, but hey, we already got the drafts all on our screen, and look at them go. There's plenty of Juggernauts coming in from the side of the KOLs with Sejuani and Garen. What are we even looking at here?
We're looking at 5 melee champs here coming in from the KOL side. No AP, 0 mages. They're just gonna be fighting with all their hot steel stacks here. And on the side of the MVP side, they have 0 melee as well. They're all ranged.
But you gotta also look at the bright side for some of these guys coming in from the MVPs. They got just enough range to put for days, and on top of that, with a Renata Glass, imagine dropping that ultimate, and then these melee champions will just start hitting each other. Ooh, this is definitely going to be absolutely chaotic. But I'm actually liking where this is going. If some of the KOLs actually get a little time to skill up, you can see that it's rather hard to actually take out Refrain on the Dr. Mundo, and you could still have Unnecessary to actually go for the Bastard Justice to just execute somebody out of the battle. So yeah, it's definitely looking pretty interesting.
And what better way of stacking the Sejuani passive is to have more melees here. 4 other melees here just to assist Verified Cycle on the Sejuani to really stack that melee passive here. So it's gonna be a bit hard for the side of KOL here, because I do think that Raichu on that Blitzcrank will play a pivotal role, because if she does not find all these hooks onto the range members here, it's gonna be extremely difficult for our team KOL here.
Yeah, I gotta say so, because like Raichu, I do believe that she's very capable on doing it. I mean, I played with her a couple of games, and yeah, she's feeling rather confident that she could actually get those hooks down. But then again, we're talking about, you know, semi-pros, ex-pros, and aspiring pros, all stacked in one roster. The MVP side kind of really want to show us what they've got as well, since, you know, some of them have definitely had certain trials and tribulations throughout the gauntlet of the 72 teams, and later on, it's only down to 2 for the grand finals.
Down to 2 for the grand finals, yeah, but we give a bit of hope to the KOL team, because one thing's for sure, our MVP boys here, yes, they're pros, semi-pros in Summoner's Rift. But what map are we playing? We're playing the ARAM map here, so anything can happen, and before that, anything can really flow into either way's favor here, because not a lot of macro involved in ARAM. It's all about brawling and fighting.
Oh yeah, and speaking of brawling, I mean, we got so many bruisers on this side where they can sustain for days. But then again, I've already got a big picture of this big wombo combo, right? Like, you got the brand, as well as the Tempered Fate coming from the bar to really set everybody up. And on top of that, if they're not done yet, you got the Ziggs, you've got the Draven with these semi-global ults in such a tiny pit of the Quotient's Crossing. So I guess what they really have to do, if they do end up going into Quotient's Crossing, is that perhaps they want to play around with those portals at the side for a little bit, just to really juke out some of all these skill shots.
That will be a challenge coming in from our team KOL here. All these micro side steps will be pivotal before they can actually land the deciding hook, right? Imagine all these spells coming out towards your face here. Your champ has to dodge almost everything before enabling Raichu to hit that rocket grab, right? But one thing's for sure, it's ARAM. The patch is entirely different for all these champions there. There are debuffs and there are buffs as well here. So, for example, like Ziggs, he does lesser damage, if I'm not mistaken, in the ARAM map.
Yeah, it's true enough. Where having that check and balance is great for so that, you know, early game you don't get too much of a big spike. And in essence as well, when they need to also gotta see what will be the right timing for them to maybe take themselves out, because you only get to cash out all these gold, despite how many kills you get, only after you were taken down. So that being said, they gotta really time things really nicely if they really want to have, you know, those power spikes online.
Now that you think of it, right, the Juggernauts might have a decent chance as well, because when we think that, oh, there's no AP coming in from our team KOL, that only applies it to be a disadvantage if you have a tank on enemy team. There's 5 range there, they might just run them down.
Oh yeah, I mean, if that's the case, do you like go 5 heart steals so that you can just go stacking for days? We really gotta check that out, as we're already having the spin to win. Running right through it's unnecessary, looking for the first kill, and it's first blood for Refrain.
But a subsequent engage comes through though. Crazy Jinxie gets that bar double kill here. Raven cashing out 4 kills right now. One last Raichu here getting bounced around, but managed to come out alive. 4 kills already going to team MVP.
Oh, it is already looking pretty feisty out here. And with 4 kills in the back, I guess that they could also farm a whole lot more. And you gotta also remember this. Every kill that the Raven actually gets, he's gonna really cash out on that passive as well. He starts off with that VS sword. He might come back with Infinity Edge, and speaking of which, Whirlwind will get a kill over onto Raichu, but that is going to be traded right back with a nasty move coming from Baby Live.
And Refrain here almost taking down the next member here, but the Draven is unleashed here. 1 takedown. Bart gets another one as well. Kills already. 10 kills at the first and second minute mark of this ARAM map.
Yep, and it's looking pretty interesting on what this Bard is currently building. AD Bard, mind you. Is that going to be a clip start? It's already 4 kills in for the Bard, and it's a perfect rocket grab that sends him under the turret, and that secures it one more time for unnecessary.
And Crazy Jinxie here gets the bail off from Renata here, still staying alive in this battlefield here. The Garen staying alive with the relic healing here. Crazy Jinxie still alive after all that, but Baby Life with the Lee Sin gets a return kill on to kinda Browns Renata.
Yeah, I gotta say that Baby Live's got really good aim on his Lee Sin though. Like so far, all the Sonic Waves really hitting the mark, and it's also trying to bait out some of all these skill shots from at the same time. But take a look at this. They're all level 5 from the side of MVP. One more level, and you're gonna see those big combos come to life.
Big combos indeed, and another hook lands onto the brand here. Reirachu went for fishing as she caught a big.
Yep, that's a big fish right out there. And still looking for a whole lot more. Verified Psycho. He gets to put the prop for a little bit more. Whirlwind. Being very mindful of his position. Just baiting out the hook. He's just so daring. He's trying to actually get the catch over on unnecessary, but it's going to be Psycho that gets taken out.
And we see Baby Life here, level 6 here. The Mega Bomb here dropping onto the members of the KOL here. 3 members extremely roll. Gets executed by the Draven ultimate here. Renata looks for the flash hook here. Temper play onto the turret here. No turret available for 2 seconds here. One more kill goes for the Draven. Double kill being cashed in.
They're just throwing their ultimates one after another, including the hostile takeover at the very same time. So I guess they can only do this every other 2.5 minutes or so. So the rest of Team KOL, they gotta be mindful of that. They're also about to hit their level 6 spike as well. I believe that the Mundo would be able to just run wherever he pleases, of course. But that being said, I want to see a big Glacial Prison coming from Psycho.
Want to see that indeed here, but refrain here, going with the push Mundo, already securing that heart steal right now. Focus has to be given towards the bar of Crazy Jinxie because he has yet to reset and get the item here. So if he dies and goes for a respawn, he's going to be coming up big with all these large items.
Speaking of large items right now, I'm still waiting on what this Bard is actually cooking. He's already 507. Crazy Jinxie, he's an absolute mad lad. So I'm thinking that, yeah, you could just really go hard on that full 80 build. Like, maybe even a static shift somewhere in between for a little bit more of that attack speed would be pretty fun to watch. But mind you, double belts onto Renata. So that's a Warmox incoming. Or Heartsteel, either one.
Heartsteel does make sense because there's 5 melees coming in from the Team KOL here, so
you just walk up.
Walk up, ding, 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 like, you know, all those stacks coming in for this Renata. You know, imagine that, and especially if you don't die as a Renata, you can keep refreshing that bailout here, which makes it extremely hard for 5 melees here, but the hook lands!
Oh, there's no time for the bailout though, so Unnecessary have been able to secure it with her ult. That drops perfectly in time, and I guess, like, that's also a lot of pressure on that Renata to really get it on time. And speaking of which, perfect Tempered Fate, but then again, that misses the healing for every other member, and they're brought down low. This could be a chance.
This could be a chance. Indeed, 4 members extremely low here. One more refrain. Side looking into Me Not Me onto the Ziggs here, but the bailout is available. Triple kill for the Ziggs.
Ooh, perfect globs coming in from Me Not Me. And just like that, they've been able to clear everybody else but the Lee Sin. But speaking of which, that's going to be a juicy shutdown goal onto Baby Live with that kick. And speaking of which, it's going to be traded right back. Kenny Brown will be able to just turn the tides around with the hostile takeover. Brown dropping right in, and it feels like they just arrived to the lane already. Unnecessary is being chunked out.
And that is also a worry you have as a Team KOL here, right? Because you're also tanky, you're also Juggernauts. And if you have a Brad with all these burns here, you're just going to be burning down just like this because of the passive.
And mind you, with even those Heartsteel stacks that you're hoping to acquire, because they're all rage, it's so hard to even get there to actually proc it. So I guess there's a big conundrum right now, like, okay, who do we really want to focus on? Somebody's got to call the shots, whether it's going to be Psycho or so. It's like, okay, we got this guy either pulled by the rocket grab or even stun up, and just like that, Baby Life found one.
Baby Life found one. They're looking for the Craze of Prison. It hits onto the Brand here. Brand looking to be the next one on the chopping block here as Team KOL gets 2 kills here, but they're forced back by the artillery coming in from the Ziggs. The Whirlwind Draven here is still standing relatively healthy here. Mind you, Crazy Jinxie gets engaged on by the Lee Sin. Oh, beautiful kick here. Grabs onto 3. Double kill for Team KOL's Baby Life.
That's the win condition right there with the Dragon's Rage. The flash comes through. Rayra, she manages to take the potion right on time. And Kane Brown is the next one to be punch up in the air, but that's the perfect timing for a save coming in from the brand. Kinda Brown will be up here for the ace.
The tank Renata paying off dividends right now. 88 stacks on the hot steel already. Extremely tanky. If you want to aim this Renata, she is gonna bail herself out as she will always be surviving. So, if you don't aim Renata, she's gonna be dishing out bailouts. If you aim Renata, it's gonna be taking a lot of time.
Yep, and speaking of which, there's already so many line of boots already dropping right into place. Unnecessary, just got bursted down. Kingdom Brown dealing so much damage, and here comes the Temper Fate. Blocking one of their own, but Kingdom's just buying a little bit more time. Will still go out to the hands of their front cycle, but there's just no room for him to breathe. But the Flash allows him to live for only a split second until Whirlwind just slice him down.
Whirlwind with the Whirling Death to take out verified Psycho Sejuani here. 4 members going down right now. 2 ADCs. Crazy Jinxie Bart is also an attack damage carry. Holding that Blade of Rune King already working towards that Mortal Reminder to really cut down these healings.
Yep, that's incredibly important coming into a bunch of bruises that you really want to really clamp down on. And we're also looking at a full AP Blitzcrank, so perhaps they could actually make a play around Rayra, but it's going to be a big pull that sends them closer to the turret, and they could not puncture through this brick wall, namely Renata. She's just going all the way forward, pulling them all the way back, and it's another ace for the MVP.
She's too tanky. This Renata cannot be taken down. Already completed a Fimble Winter and 138 stacks on this Renata. We talk about the push Mundo. This is a push Renata coming into this game 1 of the ARAM.
It's like, sure, you can pull me in. I'm still going to continue to fight on. Speaking of which, oh, Rayra, she's got another catch, and she wants blood against the Renata. So close, yet so far, and that Heart Steel proc is just too painful.
It's just too painful, but Whirlwind gets caught out by Baby Life here. The bailout does not bail him out here. Another Sonic Wave connects onto kind of Browse Renata. Takes the portal though, but it's still a bit of a ranger. She's getting out here.
Oh, is it going to be a turnaround? Oh, once again, kind of Brown. It's just making outplays after outplays. Okay, this galactic tech of, well, Heartsteel alongside with Fimble Winter, I think this should be played a whole lot more in the upcoming ARAM rounds. Whether it's Howling Abyss, I don't care. Somebody's got to use this.
Someone's got to use this indeed, but Baby Life goes in, gets the execution onto the brand here, but still manages to come out alive here. The Whirlwind gets one more execution, but gets hit by the Glacial Prison here. Is there any bailout here? We're not seeing any form of damage here, but the Mundo is pushing towards Whirlwind here, but the damage dealers are scattered across, and they're kiting down all these melee heroes and champions.
Yeah, Refrain trying to make a last stand, but couldn't really find much at all. It's just incredibly difficult to actually gain all those gold. I mean, this Mundo does not really have all too much of that movement speed since he's only got those 3 boots up. We're looking for the upgrade. And oh! Big shutdown coming in with that Blitzcrank ult, but quickly as Rirachu arrives, she falters once more.
She falters once more indeed, but the Cavalry arrives coming in from Team KOL as they find 2 more kills right now. The portal does not save Crazy Jinxie's Bard here as the Juggernauts are marching. They're pushing. Brand gets hit by the Sonic Wave right now. Baby Life with the double kill right now. Berserk, but he might look for the insect on this Renata that's desperately rocking away, but you do not have damage. You're only tanky, and you are bound to go down as well.
And they finally managed to clear all of them. And this could very well be the very first turret to be secured by the KOL side. So there is a glimpse of hope, man. We talked about that late game potential. I believe they're about to hit their spikes.
They are hitting their spikes right now. They're just marching down all these members coming in from the Team MVP side. They're just coming in one by one after another right now. Look at Baby Life right now. He's soloing the brand. He's soloed out the Ziggs. And all these members coming in for MVP, they do not have a solid tank.
Yep, that's the problem when you're building like full 80 Bard, and also you're actually sending the Renata being a tank as well. I guess like they're just gonna look for opportunities to perhaps turn things around with the Temper Fate if it is going to be a perfect one coming from Crazy Jinxie. So we gotta see if that ever happens. And there we go, another big cash out coming in from Whirlwind alongside with Heindel Brown to be able to secure yet another one in the back. So that's 50-31, and the chaos does not end here. We are having that wave now pushing towards the side of the KOL, so we'll see if they can actually handle the heat.
12 minutes in, Contra, and already 81 kills on the board now for both of these two teams here. Goalie-wise, there's nothing to talk about goalie here because it's ARAM. It's always fun. Doesn't matter. Rayra2 gets a hook now.
Whoa, that's a beautiful low connecting with the racial person at the very same time. Is looking for the perfect Dragon Strike, but it's just too overwhelming. The Temper Fate will whiff, but it will only be Baby Life left all alone. Is trying to make a play here, and that is going to be a big damage output over onto Crazy JC, and that is still not enough. A perfect ace as they race for the base. MVP looking to secure the first round of the A-ramp between them and the KOLs.
But will they realistically end? We're talking about A-ramp players here. A-ramp players, they do not go down without a fight here. Rayra comes in with the execution here. Bailout onto the brand here. We're looking at more of these damage dealers scramming across the map here. Whirlwind gets to execute onto the Garen here. He's kiting against the push Mundo here. Mundo is pushing extremely hard onto this Whirlwind here. He's getting stunned by this Johnny passive here. He's kiting with whatever he has right now. Renata goes in, has the bailout here. Can he bail him out? He bailed him out!
Oh, and Whirlwind's still alive. He's hoping to actually turn his touch around. He almost gets to cash out over on Psycho as that bird will even eat him out by the tail end of it. Perfect connection, setting them ablaze. And now, Baby Live is the only one holding down line alongside with Rayra. Rayra just spawned not too long ago, so they gotta find a way to stall and hit some of all these items. But then again, I mean, you can only cash out when you actually get eliminated instead, so it is definitely very risky. They gotta really play with those timings, so we'll have to see what's the next big play coming from the KOLs. And there we have it. Baby Live found an opening up against the brand, and now looking for more onto Crazy JC.
And that's 2 down coming in for Team MVP here. If Team KOL can look for a miracle play here and end the 3 members of Team MVP, we might see a potential comeback here coming in from Team KOL. When this happens, Rayra2 will be the prime target to land these rocket grabs to secure an odd number fight.
She only has the Milicness as well as the Ludus, but that might just cut it overall. Whirlwind right now being hop pumped by Lee Sin, and Baby Life goes down to the turn shots instead. Unnecessary, taking the major brunt of the damage. Could not find the execution onto the Renata, and now they run for their lives. Everyone's being set ablaze. Refrain trying to create some space for Psycho to hold on. But could this be a big turnaround? Because Psycho, I'm not sure if you will be able to hold it down up against all 5 members of MVPs.
The firepower coming in for Team MVP is too darn strong right now. Look at the Kraken Slayer hitting extremely hard onto verified Psychos here. But 2-3 members are back online coming in from Team KOL. You do not go down without a fight here. Baby Life looks for the Dragon Rage, misses on the key target here. Bailout onto the brand here, does not even proc right now. 2 member goes down right now. Rayra2 goes in for the first damage. Takes down one with her, and right now we are looking at 2 final members coming in from Team KOL, but little too late. Triple kill coming in from Whirlwind. Make that a quadra kill as they look to potentially end this game with the Tempered Flame Flash coming in from Crazy Jinxie.
And you just gotta create something flashy to end the first round, and it is Team MVP that walks away with the first win. But it's not over yet though. It's only the first round. There's still another one to go between both KOLs and MVPs.
We're going to be looking for quite a bit right now. The game 1 coming in is all random, all mid coming in for this ARAM map. The second one we might be looking at might just be self-drafted perfect ARAM competitions to really play out to the fullest extent here, because what a funny game 1, because we have 5 melees versus 5 range coming into this first game of our ARAM series.
Yeah, okay, out of the many builds out there, what was your favorite?
Ooh, the Renata one, right? Renata was kind of sick.
Yeah, that was a little bit off the charts, right? You got the usual funky full AP Blitzcrank build coming from Rayra, which he did manage to make some great plays overall, and I really do love seeing that. I think like initially Crazy Jinxie was really cooking with that AD build on that part until, you know, they got a little bit too tanky for this part to really deal a big chunk. So I'm still glad everything still worked out for the MVP side.
Well, it did certainly work out. I think the tank Renata really came in handy because one thing's for sure, if you have 5 melee on your opposing team, it is illegal if you're not going hard steal on the Renata. He knows for a fact that he wants to be hearing that dong, 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 dong every few seconds coming in from this pick.
It almost sounded like the meme, dong, dong, dong. I'm not going to finish the sentence, but it was like, everyone's going for the hard steal somehow. I mean, there's like one on Psycho, one on Refrain, and also, I was thinking like, oh, if you want to make a tank Lee Sin, you can do so as well, but I think like Baby Life was really trying to make certain plays possible, still go for a little bit more of that assassin build with a little bit more sustainability in that sense. So I think like the early game, it was still relatively balanced, and then we saw how many cash outs that this Draven have took, all thanks to Deadfloss really securing a lot of all these amazing hooks landed onto those KOLs.
I think it was really down to Deadfall's good. Yes, the Renata tank build was very amazing, but the primary thing about this Renata is the bailout. Even though you get picks like this, in the end, if you get the bailout on the target you kick back or you engaged on, all the remaining damage coming in is just so darn strong and makes you think that, hey, I already got the kill already, but due to the bailout, they get to do so much damage back to you due to 5 ranged champions, and they get the bailout.
Yeah, definitely being on the kill side, they have so much to really consider as well. It's like, oh, there's not only the bailout, like if that does not connect, there's still the Tempered Fate, which you saw in some of all these team fights. They kind of ate all of it. It was really hard to dodge since, you know, Cochin's Crossing, you can still have a little bit of leeway through, you know, the alcoves or so, but there was a beautiful dive being set right into play where they were feeling a lot more confident that, hey, they've been able to take down at least 3 members so they could just go on the hunt. But even so, this Renata is just so nasty.
Look at the Renata, just walking front, tanking everything in sight. Not without a care in the world. Walking towards 2 melee champions, just bringing the heat, bringing the kills to his teammates, especially Whirlwind here. This Raven is having a field day right now. Once again, we see, oh, damage onto Not Me here. Flashes away from the potential engager, but Baby Life with a QRQ here immediately executing him.
Yeah, it's just beautiful stuff. And then we saw certain attempts come from Crazy Jinxie, who was trying to use those portals where he's so cheeky about it as well, because of Bard, you could also open your own portals. Unfortunately, he could not really slide out of that one since windows can always slow you down. And once again, a lot of all these clutch hostile takeovers really sets things up perfectly for them to really connect all the elements alongside with the whirlwinds that was set into play coming in with the whirlwind death on this Draven. And it was really tough. I mean, even despite them wanting to aim for either Me Not Me or even Whirlwind being the squishy targets, you still got this Renata that's been so hard to deal with.
The Renata is insanely hard to deal with. 5 DPS being covered by Renata here. Even if you get the dive, the bailout comes in and you survive all these bursts and you rebirth due to the bailout, and on every takedown you get another bailout. So who is realistically gonna aim? A, are you gonna look for the Renata? But he's a tank. B, are you looking for the teammates? But there's a bailout, so it's so difficult coming in from Team KOL here.
Yeah, it's like you just gotta really wing it and see that if they could not expect like maybe bursts coming in from Lee Sin or Garen, which they did manage to connect a few, so that's great on Baby Life as well as of course Unnecessary, who's been able to, you know, get some of all this initial couple of takeoffs. So that was game 1. Now that they do actually get to pick their favorite champions overall, I wonder what exactly are they gonna go for. I mean, they want to call first dibs, whether it's like, oh, I'm going jungle, I'm going AD, and I don't know if you end up into the situation where they're fighting over that same role. Hey, it's like, I want mid lane. I want to play mid lane. It's like, oh, let me put a Renata mid with a Heartsteel as well. I don't know. We got to see what happens from here. But we're already going into draft, and this time we're gonna have a little bit of switch of sides. So MVP, they're going over on the blue side, and meanwhile, now that they do get to pick their own champions, we see a whole lot of range. I mean, take a look at this. You got the Nidalee, one of the hot favorites when you go into ARAM, where she could just throw spears after spears, and it's just so difficult to dodge.
It's so difficult to dodge, and all our players here, all 10 of them, they are not under the influence of Fearless Draft. It's ARAM, it's a show match here, so they get to pick what they want to formulate around their draft here. And coming from Team MVP, we're already seeing the Yasuo Malphite classic duo here. So usually when we see in ARAM match, if you see a Malphite, it's definitely going for all these full AP builds. You're going for the Shadow Flame, you're going for the Rabadon's Death Cap here. So you have 4 squishies here coming in from Team KOL. None of them can tank this ultimate.
Okay, they kind of switch out the Yasuo for a Samira. I think like it would have actually been a lot more interesting with the Yasuo, where with so many poking spells coming in from the KOL side, they could have actually easily wingwalled that. But in essence, like Samira could also block at least one projectile, so that's actually not too bad. And from RDA producers, he did mention that the very final pick from the side of KOLs, that's actually Fiddlesticks on that blank Noxus team. So
so MVPs only has selected Fiddlesticks here. So
it's all about AoEs.
It's all
crazy.
about AoEs, and when all the damage is done through already, we're gonna see Samira resetting on everybody onto the side of KOL here. If we thought Game 1 was already scary in terms of combat, I think Game 2 coming in with these drops coming in from both these two teams is gonna go even crazy.
Yep, I would love to see it. And on top of that, Baby Life is going to show us some really smooth moves, I hope, on this Azir. I mean, we want to see those huge shuffles if we could. And you can already see, as much as they are a little bit squishy, I believe it's going to be a necessary that might have to consider going on to a tank build. Heartsteel Swain, maybe? Is that a thing in ARAM? I believe you can actually maybe pull it off. But then again, over on the other side, maybe you might could see that this Malphite might see a little bit of a struggle, since it's one of the only melees over on their side. But once they hit that level 6 spikes once more, it's just going to be that full wombo combo from Unstoppable Force to the Encore and everything, including the Crow Storm, which, you know, we haven't seen Fiddles in competitive for all too much. So in ARAM, they get to go a little wilder.
In ARAM is where Fiddlesticks and Malphite performs the best here. So just think about it. Very crazy setup coming in for the side of Team MVP here. If you are the Team KOL here, unnecessary Swain is going to be extremely important in going for the semi-tank Battle Mage build. Maybe the ROA, maybe the Landry's, or like the Riftmaker here, and it will actually make more sense because you have to tank until the very end with your ultimate here.
Yeah, true enough. And then on top of that, I do think that if it gets a little bit tricky, you could always have Baby Life to be able to, in a way, bail him out while you push any ongoing pursuit. Chasers coming in from the side of KOL, where you just shove them back with Emperor's Divide, and then that further creates a little bit more spacing in between. So long as the KOLs can actually work with all these kind of space and, you know, hurl spears, throw some bullets, have the culling drop in, I think they're gonna be a-okay.
We'll have to see, right? It's a challenge.
It's a 50-50.
Oh, I just feel like the Team MVP, they're going hyper aggressive. We might see a 50-50 coming into the first 5 levels before they hit their ultimates here. If Team MVP unlocks their ultimate already towards like level 6 onwards, we might just see crazy engages happening across the map. I mean, not across the map, we only have one lane in ARAM.
Yeah, you know how we always joked about like some of these washed up players, they tend to end up in, you know, retirees end up in ARAM. Do you feel it? Do you feel it? Are you one of them? Now tell me this, are ARAM matches now harder than your ranked solo duos? It could be, right? From time to time.
First things first, your name calling me. I although don't hear the word Sagi, but I heard retired washed up player. I think I'm that player.
Ooh.
And for me, yes, I play a lot of ARAM as well. I feel like recently ARAM has been extremely sweaty coming in. It feels really hard compared to solo rank.
Yeah, I really do think that if especially when you're going up against this MVP stack, like you look at the combos and you're like sweating buckets already. Like, how do I deal with all these bunch of elements that will just threaten your life no matter where you are? I mean, Malphites especially, it's so hard to dodge. It just forces you to burn a flash or so.
That's if you can react to the flash, by contrast. That's if you can react to the flash.
My old man hands just couldn't, man. Like, which is why I'm just here sitting with the mic. Like, if I were to be out there, I don't know, maybe I'll just be making a fool of myself.
Well, man, ARAM is never about making a fool of yourself. It's about fighting.
Having fun.
It's about having fun and fighting here. So, between our MVP and Team KOL, this will be game number 2. Blind pick in all mid.
Cochin's Crossings for the second time coming, and we'll have to see, can the KOLs find a way back into this matchup? And thus far, is there anything in particular that we're going to be checking out? It seems like it's going to be a standard build from almost all the members of MVP, nothing too suspicious like last round with the Heartsteel Renata. Meanwhile, what about the KOLs?
Well, KOLs are definitely looking very normal here. We see Unnecessary going for that tank stream build here, starting with the ARAM tank item. So we might see a bit of a stalemate before certain engages happen here, because on the side of Blue Team MVP, they do not have a solid engage coming in before level 6.
Yeah, and on top of that, I really want to see if Psycho is going to be really great on this new ability, and it's already building a bunch over onto ground. And look at that go, perfect sword, and it's first blood secured by Baby Life.
Baby Life's Sand Soldiers find their mark and secures the first blood onto the Fiddlesticks here. So that's first blood. Good news for the side of Team KOL for the Azir that requires a lot of gold to scale towards the mid game.
Yeah, and now that you think of it, MVP is kind of like playing a little bit more of that dodgeball game. They gotta avoid some of all these Qs coming in from Misfortune, and I mean the double up does hurt on the second bounce. On top of that, the spears have been really chunking out their health one after another, especially for those who are playing over on the right side of the bushes. So you could always be bush checked just like that, even with the bushwhack as well. So that identifies the clone coming in from the hill. So it's kind of hard to play as Fiddles sometimes, because once, you know, those cannon minutes pass by, it does get a little vicious over the bush. So you gotta wait for that right timing, even if you're at level 6, to pull out the perfect cold storm.
I have to agree with you, and we talk about interesting builds, right? Look at the Misfortune here. She's actually going full AP here. Picked up the Electrocute, so the Make It Rain will hurt extra a lot here. So the game of dodgeball you mentioned here, Team KOL, they have a lot of reach here. So it comes down to if they can react to the Pro Storm, if they can react to the unstoppable force coming in from the Malphite here. We have to see the level 6 breaking point. That will be coming up just shortly, maybe on this wave coming in.
Yeah, you actually make a really good point. I mean, that allows them to also have a little bit more of that massive AoE to counter fire if they were to plot up all together for those big wombo combos in essence. But that also means that Rayra really have to find a little bit more of that perfect spacing for the real time. And speaking of which, oh, that was absolutely lethal from Crazy Jinxie.
Well, Reframe playing Delusion, it is not the longest range of a marksman that you will be thinking on the ADC role, so gets punished by the Seraphine on Crazy Jinxie here. So we see a lot of these damages being built in from the side of KOL here. They're trying to lock down the targets here, but level 6 already on the Malphite and the Seraphine here. We might see a flash engager being committed soon.
And I also do like that there's actually a couple of parties here. They are funneling majority of the resources over onto the hands of Baby Life, and at the very same time Train. Train got taken down, which is why he's getting a little less CS. Meanwhile, the rest of the MVP says, give everything to Samira. We're gonna see her go spin to win once again, and they're already calling in for the unstoppable force, finding them knocked right underneath with the encore connecting, and that is just absolute perfection coming from MVP, despite them risking their life diving the turret, and it's an ace secured by Baby Live to be the last one standing in the scuffle.
He stands alone, the Emperor of Shurima on the hands of Baby Life, manages to secure a key triple kill onto this Azir here. He will be extremely fast, securing that Nashor's tube for his next recall.
Oh, we gotta take a look at that again in a short moment. Like, it was a risky attempt. I know that they're a little bit too hasty on the dive, but they're actually going for a whole lot more. Forces the flash away from Reirachu, and right now, trading back and forth. Bullet time comes out, and they manage to go in, spinning on and just resetting a couple of all these shots, but barely enough to take out Reira. She survives. Well, that's gonna be Refrain.
Well, Refrain stands up strong, but this is the power of the Samira, right? You have 5 or 4 squishies coming in from the side of Team KOL here. If that Samira gets going, she's gonna be destroying and blazing the backline of Team KOL.
Yeah, it's just...
Ooh, that spear. Ooh! Straight onto the face of the Fiddlesticks. Fiddlesticks is wiped from the map.
I believe that's max range as well. He took the full brunt of that damage, and right at this moment, it's KOL coming up ahead, 1 kill against the rest of MVP. Also, we're getting a little bit more tempo, and one thing about playing the Samira is that you gotta really have the right combos to really set up for the Inferno Trigger, so that's gonna be a lot of poke and prodding before she actually gets her ultimate.
Well, with all the resets coming in due to all these engages by the Malphite, by the Fiddlesticks, I don't find that as a bit of a worry for her, but a worry that she has to consider as Baby Life onto this Azir here. So much damage here. The spear does not find a target here, but look at the reach that Baby Life. Look at the pressure that's being generated by this Azir.
Yeah, it's definitely...
Oh!
Speaking of pressure, I mean, we gotta start to worry about this output coming in from just the Ludens itself. Could you imagine if bigger items like Rabadons or so, Shadow Flame comes out? It is gonna be a world of hurt for these MVPs.
So the key thing we're looking for here, where is the Fiddlestick and Malphite engage that's gonna be happening right now?
Speaking of which, there we go! Crow Storm onto 2. Responded with the Emperor's Divide to try to shove them all back to the bullet time.
Samira, no!
Connects, and now the perfect Inferno Trigger secures a Quadra before he bows out. It's 13 to 13, but MVP, they've taken the lead, and they can look to secure the first turret.
This is the Samira potential that we talked about here. Immediate reset on the Blade World into the Wild Rush, and the Infernal Trigger just destroying all these backline members of Team KOL.
That was so smooth, and he's so quick on the trigger as well. And Crazy Jinxie has got not much left in the tank. We'll have to really take a little bit of an L right there, get that reset, get those items up in return. And there we go. Big pull coming from Unnecessary. This could be a big setup.
This is indeed a big setup right now. Whirlwind has the shield ball being procced already from a fresh recall here, so that is not what you want to happen right now. The members are extremely low. Whirlwind takes so much of these pokes. She is considered dead as of this point.
Ooh, almost connecting over on the Whirlwind. He managed to dodge that Spirit in the nick of time. And right now, look at the rest of MVP. All of their health bars is less than 50%. They're just trying to dodge and survive to the best of their abilities and looks to clear up the wave. But here comes Baby Live looking for a kill of his own. Kaino Brown managing to go in for a flash. Just buying a little bit more time. Unnecessary caught out. Here comes bullet time, baby, from Reirachu. And they're sniped to oblivion.
Oh, but the Fiddlesticks goes in with the Cruel Storm, catches onto 2 here, and right now Baby Life does go down. Fiddlesticks with the triple kill. Does he find a Quadra? The snowball does not land, unfortunately.
Oh, it got clipped onto a minion instead. That was a little unfortunate. It might have actually been another quad for the MVP side. I mean, last round we did manage to see a little bit of that Quadra going on. But we got to top it with a pentakill. I really do wonder who exactly could that be to actually secure it. So we got a little bit more breathing space now that there's a lot of area coverage with the waves pushing back over onto the PLO. And perhaps they could actually look for some big plays through the bushes. I mean, they set up the fake little crow right there. I mean, nobody's really falling for that kind of trap for the Bobin. So Team MVP, they're always waiting for this timer when everybody has their ult. It's like, okay, we gotta check. Do we have the cross up? Yes, we do. Here comes the unstoppable force.
Unstoppable goes to go through right now. The whirling death, but hang on a moment. The encore does hit onto the Swain, but the Swain is so tanky right now. As goes in, the whirlwind dives on the tree. Gets 2, gets 3, gets 4, but gets the quadra kill. Does not get the pentakill.
So close, yet so far. He dove a little too deep into the tier 2 turret instead. I mean, it almost was a panda. They were just having that perfect angle. It's just that it required maybe another Q, maybe 2 more Qs for that panda to be possible. So kind of Brown took this opportunity, gets that reset going. And this might just be an opportunity for unnecessary Enco to be able to, you know, get the funneling of gold back onto their pockets once again. So we'll have to see. Me, not me. Trying not to get caught out. Same goes to Crazy Jinxie, and this time, you know, they've been playing on Phages, and so far, I gotta say, this Hui have been able to hit a lot of beautiful ults as well as skill shots.
I have to agree with you. The mages coming in from Team MVP, they're hitting all these crucial skill shots here. And a snowball does land on the Baby Life here. Baby Life being chunked out quite a bit by kind of Brown here on the Malphite right now. We're seeing a bit of poke here being traded left, right, and that's a spear towards the face of Crazy Jinxie as she gets obliterated from the map.
Oh, I kind of felt that. I mean, it's like that. Straight to the heart, right?
Straight to the heart indeed, but look at Whirlwind right now. This Samira has already reached 3 items. Collector, IE, and Shield Bolt already completed right now. If we look for a big engage coming in from the Fiddlesticks and the Malphite, which their ultimates will be available in just a short while, this Samira might be able to repeat that success that she has found just now.
True enough, but you also got to keep in mind that this Azir is also scaling very steadily at this moment, having the needlessly large rod, which eventually would probably turn into a Shadow Flame or so. If you want to play defensively, sure, you could actually use the Hourglass to rebuy a little time.
Oh,
here comes Encore, setting it up with a Coast-Off at the very same time. They look for another dive, and once again, marking towards the back line. They try to find an Inferno Trigger, but this time, much more prepared. They go for the shutdown, up against me, not me, and they still stand tall.
They stand tall after all that engagement. No one on the side of KOL falls. Whirlwind getting chunked extremely low by the Sand Soldiers here. Kind of Brown goes to the Shuru Shuffle, gets the Whirlwind Samira here. Baby Life comes up huge onto the Azir. The Emperor gets a double kill.
Yep, that was perfectly executed, and he slides in, finding that golden opportunity, and just like that, Baby Life gets to now turn down all these turrets, and they're pretty much in firm control. And once he even gets taken down, there's just going to be bigger items on this Azir, and they did manage to once more get another shutdown over onto the Fiddles.
And the Samira comes back, gets an immediate triple kill, but they are just looking for the reset right now to get all these items. Ace goes over to Team MVP. We're looking at a very 50-50 game as of this point here, Contra.
That's right, and now with the big cash out, it goes for the direct Rabadon Staff Cap, and Tilza pair up with pretty much everything that's necessary for them to just melt down all these frontliners. So I'm looking at Baby Life to make another big play.
It's either Baby Life makes a big play or Baby Life gets caught out by the Crow Storm or the Unstoppable Force coming in for the Malphite here. So it comes down to whoever finds the perfect engage or makes that big moment here. Is it going to be Whirlwind finding all these resets, or is it going to be Baby Life surviving till the end?
You gotta see, and it's going to be a big pull over on the kind of round, and with pretty much the sway in between, they're all clipped up, and this is a huge setup for the Sandstorm, and just like that, the Shroom Shuffle kind of set Whirlwind all the way back, but he still managed to find a couple of kills, but not quite enough to take down all 5 of them. It's still a triple, but still, nobody have been able to knock out Baby Life, and here comes the chance. He slides in, comes in with the Sand Soldiers, drop right through. The flash creates a little gap, and that is a big shutdown, and it's only down to Reyra.
Reyra is the sole survivor coming in from Team KOL here, but we see these respawn timers being committed from the side of KOL here. They're looking to salvage whatever they can due to that lost fight right now. Swain is available on the map here. Can they stay and grasp Crazy Jinxie's positioning?
You know, throughout this whole Koshin's Crossing, when I do see a wave, like, I'm trying my best to memorize all, like, 10 spells. You know, usually we could just call it QW, QQ, or so, like, until now. I gotta, once again, look back into some of my notes. It's like, okay, gotta remember what these spells are. But so far, I really do like how he's actually playing the wave, respecting the prowess of Psycho, sneakily dodging some of all these stuff. And here comes Flash Scroll Storm, answered back by the swing!
Answered by the swing, catching no man's land, gets taken down. S onto Samira, Inferno Trigger goes in, but gets immediately taken down by Baby Life's burst damage onto the Azir right now. 3v4 onto the board right now. Rephrase gets burned down by the Blackfire Torch right now. 3v3 into the front right now. It's a battle between the mages right now. Me not me. On this way, extremely strong. Still has a lot of gold and mana to work around with, but the Malphite goes in, has him some level 4. Lands on the 2 onto the Encore, but Baby Life is still alive. Dives onto the wake here. Baby Life gets taken down 1v1 between Rayra 2 and kind of Brown.
But Rayra is only down to 1 HP. 1 Q coming in from the Malphite will be enough. But yet again, she does have a little bit more of that AP to look for that shred, and she's also got the Serpent Fang. So perhaps this actually stalls just about enough time. Unnecessary looking for that never move, but there's just about enough distance coming in from the side of Kato Brown.
Yep,
So
this Malphite does have that Warmogs as well, so he is coming back with all the help available. For Rayrachu, he does not have that healing aspect here. Yes, you have the Summer Cell heal though, but you are extremely low right now. Fiddlestick just gets an execute onto Rayrachu here, and if Team MVP does look to force a fight right now, it's gonna be devastating coming in from Team KOL.
yeah, I mean, that's about 25 seconds from now, but it's definitely necessary to actually get the reset because you need Rayra at 100% with the blood time in effect in the upcoming team fight. So this might just be down to one last team fight as we're looking at Ness already drawing her ultimate, but because she could not find a target, that ultimate was late to waste.
It's lengthwise, and that is a big cooldown being committed already here. The Sand Tower here, the Shurima Tower here coming in from Team KOL will drop momentarily. Baby Light has secured the Void Staff as well, so this Malphite won't be as tanky as compared to before. But HP bar is blinking low coming in. Cold Storm does not find the target that they are looking for. Snowball goes wide coming from kind of Browns, but the Fiddlestick gets chunked down by the Sand Soldiers.
It's just so beautiful watching that the kind of spacing that he actually plays around with Baby Life. So far knows and understands his limits on this Azir. Here comes the Encore, now dropping right through onto Ness. She does not have the ult, and therefore follow up with the Unstoppable Force looking for Baby Life, and they have to respect this Emperor! But here comes sliding into her with the Inferno Trigger is Samira, but it's only good enough for a double. This is a chance, an opportunity for Psycho as it leaps right through, looking for a bushwhack, looking to actually secure an assassination onto Brown, but that's not quite enough.
That's not quite enough. Baby Life goes in with the shuffle, gets the trade onto Jinxie, but he eventually falls down as well. This Malphite, he has the Warmog's armor. He can heal even though he has limited health right now. This rock is so solid tanky.
That's what they always say, rock solid, right? And here goes even more. This is the perfect time for them. The ultimate coming in. Ness just slowly taking the health bars away and looking for the never move. Does pull him all the way back. And now it's 40-41, neck and neck. And Whirlwind's up to something. They got to see if they could actually spot him out inside the bush. And he's trying to actually turn it around. Gets the catch over on a refrain. That's one. And the Inferno Trigger comes right through, securing the double. But there's just too much power on that Azir's Sand Soldiers.
Well, there's a 2-or-1 special coming in for the side of Whirlwind there. Trading his life for 2 kills. I call it worth. But this Azir that you talked about, he's slowly working towards that Zhonya's Hourglass. Already completing a Seeker's Arm Guard right now. So, coming into these plays here, he can survive more of these Crow Storms, more of these Inferno Triggers here. So, that is something that MVP has to take note of because this Azir is going out of control.
Yeah, I love that, you know, he's built just about enough countermeasures with enough magic penetration, even like a sub HP shred coming in on top of that. And if you allow him to have the Zanya, it's going to be pretty massive. And here comes the snowball connecting, but now that kind of sets Brown a little too far apart from his teammates.
But the Emperor's Divide does push back the Fiddlesticks here. Fiddlesticks does not have any form of follow-up here. Whirlwind is nowhere to be seen due to the death from before. Right now, the Azir still has that Seeker's Arm Guard for another play if we do look for that big engage here. The range advantage coming in from Team KOL is starting to show as the game progresses, as this Azir is scaled into this late game monster.
Yeah, it is really difficult to stop. I mean, realistically, there's only two answers to that.
Ooh,
like,
the snipe onto Refrain!
What? Like, can you miss it? I mean, that was just so nasty.
It was nasty indeed here. Alright, let's see the damage here. The Encore Flash! It hits on the tree right now. The Infernal Trigger does go in. It is pop and available right now. Whirlwind wants to look for the backline here, but the shuffle gets Baby Life towards the safety here. Verified Psycho committing the flash to escape, but that's 3 members down, 2 with a timer of 30 seconds right now. Team MVP, they are marching towards the base. There is a minion with that is coming in shortly.
Yep, they just really gotta find time to stall. It's just so difficult without Swain pretty much online. And I do believe that with the Crow Stomp, this might just be enough. Double Zanya's dropping right through. Unstoppable Force does not hit. And just like that, this could be an opportunity. Connor Brown finds Verified Psycho. And here comes the culling! As they've been able to clear out all this mid waves. And now, this might just be the golden ult coming in from this to secure them to win.
But the Shurima Shuffle does find the execution onto Whirlwind right now. The Infernal Trigger immediately goes out, and the Never Grove does land onto the Hui. Gets taken down. Triple kill goes over to Refrain onto Delusion. An ace goes over to Team KOL.
This could be their only opportunity. Take a look at the timer. It's only 9 seconds coming up for the Fiddles to be back online. If he does have the Crow Storm, maybe this could be a possibility to really turn the tides around. And even so, gotta really time it perfectly. Here comes Kino Brown, already back up alive, and it's just gonna be difficult for Ness to really tank out the rest of the run of damage. Ghost Storm committed, that's only good to secure the Swain and not more.
Not more indeed, but Verified Cycle with the Nidalee does execute the Mark Fiddlestick here. Encore hits on the Refrain. Refrain extremely low as of this point right now. Does not get the Relic healing coming in from the first Relic heal.
No, not even the second one.
Aww.
I feel bad for Joy. She's trying to reach towards the very tail end of the shrine, but couldn't really get the health bars back up. So, I don't know. Are you going to blame it on either party? I don't think so.
I don't think so indeed, but the snipe hits on the Refrain. Refrain gets taken down by the Hui snipe here from downtown. We're looking at 2 members being up short and available coming in from Team KOL here as we see a dive here coming in from Necessary onto the Swain.
Oh, this could be perfect, and it's going to be lined up with the pull time at the very same moment. And there's just a meter away from that Hui's ult connecting, so it is a slight whiff. MVP once again and have to wait for those cooldowns. Now, Encore is going to be up online in a matter of moments, and that could also be a big play for MVP.
And this Malphite is looking for the timing onto the Azir. Azir gets knocked up!
Oh, this could be it. They're going for the deep dive, and once again, Infernal Trigger deletes them. It's only down to 1, an ace. At this very moment, might just seal the deal for Team MVP to secure a back-to-back finish.
Back-to-back finish, unnecessary 3v1 into this situation right now. Refrain is nowhere available onto the map right now. Whirlwind onto the Summoner. Damage is just too darn strong, but this doesn't seem like our team coming in from Team MP wants to end the game. Me not me onto the wave. Final few hits onto the Nexus Crystal right now. We're looking at a potential end here as the minions are marching towards the last hit as Team MVP gets the 2-0 onto Team KOL.
It's the win-ins for the W as Team MVP once again showed that they are the champs of this fun batch. I mean, they had a blast. We got a glimpse of all these varieties of interesting builds, and this time they just look for those big wombo combo, and we're just looking at smooth Samira moves on top of what layers of big chunks of ultimate. I think like Sometimes it hits perfectly, sometimes it's a little bit of jumbo belt mix, but this time around, I think the KOLs have definitely done a splendid work to really keep it super competitive. It was pretty much 50-50, down to the wire towards the very final fight where it gets a little out of hand.
It got a lot out of hand here. It was 100 total kill ARAM game coming in from both teams here. Baby Life on the Azir had a lot of fantastic moments here, but at the very end here, they found the crucial engage with the Unstoppable Force onto the main carry coming in from Team KOL here. And, you know, it's just one of those moments, right? You were carrying the entire game just for that one fight where you get hyper-targeted by the enemy team here. So props to Baby Life. It was a good game from Team KOL and him, but we have to give the win towards Team MVP.
That's right, Team MVP. So despite this being their first time playing together as a bunch, I think like each one of them have definitely got some grand scheme of ideas to really play around with what they've had, where you have Team Moonstone Renewer on top of, you know, some supportive items for this Fiddles, which is pretty interesting if you ask me.
It was pretty interesting as well coming in from this game, and especially I think Foskun on this Malphite played a large role in making sure that the engages were optimal and making all these engages for the likes of the Samira, right? Because the Samira went onto this play, he has 30 kills onto this Samira. You know, so much space is provided to this champion to get all these execution across the map.
Yeah, I kind of looked on the wrong side for a little bit. So I kind of like the fact that the Seraphine is still playing a little bit more supportive, still has the Rylai's up, and on top of that with pretty much the Aegis of the Legion just to give a little bit more sustainability with shields on top so that they could continue to try to poke and prod with those double Black Frost to be melting some of the health bars. So this was one of the first few where we get a glimpse of what they're offering with those big plays from Whirlwind.
Yep, Whirlwind does go in for the Infernal Trigger here, but Baby Life, he plays along the side of the towers here, does get a lot of these return kills here. So a very bombastic early game here, and look at the engage here coming in from the side of Team MVP here. Immediate follow-up here from the Infernal Trigger here, executes almost entirely everybody on the map, securing that quadra kill.
Yep, and eventually, as time goes by, I do believe that the rest of the KOLs have been able to telegraph some of their layering of ultimates, so they've been able to really find a little bit more of that space and answer back with their own bullet time. And when it is just about the perfect opportunity, you would see Baby Life to be going very proactively to also find opening picks of his own, despite, you know, a lot of these exchanges see them really go toe-to-toe, an eye for an eye. And for a very good measure, I thought that Baby Life could have actually found, you know, some really big ones where there were instances where he just went in, almost securing a quadra as well.
I have to agree with you. I think it's one of these moments where Baby Life can find, like, oh, like these engages. He dodged out the on-call perfectly with the cleanse, and right now we see potentially all these comeback kills onto Baby Life, because engage goes on to Baby Life here, he goes into Zhonya's, and he shuffles away from the Unstoppable Force here, and he finds the counter kill here, counter Shurima shuffle here onto the members of the side of KOL.
Yeah, he's just so good playing it defensively when it's necessary, and because of those kind of plays, it really does allow them to really go into, once again, counter right after they burn every single element from the side of MVP, and that was one of the moments on the 22nd minute where they've been able to find that ace, and then MVP decided, you know what, let's try a deep dive, and perhaps by doing so, we can actually secure an ace, and indeed they did.
Indeed they did, and that is how they secured a 2-0 in this MVP show match that has been brought to you by Team MVP and our fellow KOLs here. It was been a blast, and it's extremely fun to watch all these games.
That's right, and speaking of which, with that concluded, we do have the schedule for the grand finals that will be kicking off in a short moment's time, so you don't want to miss this one. It's Fairy Charm versus Old Luck 2 with a fearless draft of a best of 5.
Fearless draft in a best of 5 scenario with the stakes of the 5,000 ringgit prize pool into the LCP wildcard qualifiers here. So the first step towards pro starts from this grand finalists who are crowned the champions will get their opportunity to experience the pro life.
That's right, we can't wait to witness history in the making, but good things does take a little time, so we'll get back to our grand finals in a short moment. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a couple of minutes.
See ya.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
The time has come to prune the tree. Much has changed, and I do not understand why. Not truly. Set upon them. The eye sees, the fist crushes. I mustn't take a single breath for granted.
It's okay.
Let's go, let's go.
Goodbye, bro.
No! Let's go!
Yunara's been doing her job for a long time, but centuries of standing guard in the Spirit Realm have only sharpened her resolve and her aim. In-game, Yunara is an ADC for ADCs, with a focus on core marksman skills like spacing and orb blocking. She's all about ramping up power and unleashing it at exactly the right time. So pour yourself some tea and brush up on your ancient Ionian. It's time for the Yunara Champion Spotlight.
The time has come to prune the tree.
Up first, Yunara's passive, Vow to the First Lands. Her critical strikes deal extra magic damage. And now that's it. That's the entire passive. Yunara's Q is Cultivation of Spirit. She gains stacks of Unleash by attacking enemies. At max stacks, Yunara can activate Q to, you guessed it, Unleash for a few seconds. She gains attack speed, bonus damage on hit, and deals splash damage in a small area with each attack. Unleash stacks decay quickly out of combat, so Yunara wants to stay in the fray to stay at her strongest. Next, W is Arc of Judgment. Yunara sends a swirling prayer beat out, which damages and slows enemies as it travels. It slows down any time it hits a target, then lingers and expands at its terminus, continuing to damage enemies who don't get out of the way. For E, Yunara activates Kanmei's Steps, which grants her a quick burst of move speed to chase down enemies, reposition, or dodge skill shots. Now let's focus on her ultimate, Transcend One's Self. With R, Yunara taps into her full power, entering a transcendent state for several seconds that enhances all of her basic abilities for the duration. Her Q, Cultivation of Spirit, instantly activates and empowers her attacks for as long as she's transcended, which is a long duration upgrade. Her W, Arc of Judgment, becomes Arc of Ruin. Instead of a swirling prayer bead, she fires a beam of spirit magic that slows and deals high damage in a line. Finally, her E, Kanmei Steps, becomes Untouchable Shadow. She gains a short dash instead of movement speed, and the ult cast resets the cooldown. She can dive out of danger or right into the fight. When Yunara transcends oneself, her enemies don't have a prayer.
Age of Retribution!
Like many other AD carries, Yunara wants to play safe until she finds the right moment to get aggressive. She's truly powerful with a fully stacked Q. If Cultivation of Spirit is ready to activate, it might be a good time to fight. An even better time to fight? When her ult is up. Her mobility is pretty limited most of the time, so opponents want to lock her down before she goes all Super Kinkou mode. Positioning is key here. All that potential power means nothing if she doesn't live long enough to use it. Yunara is meant for you ADC purists. Her ramping power might feel familiar if you like playing Ashe or even Zeri. Basically anyone who likes decimating enemies with a relentless barrage of autos. Find out what more than 200 years of Spirit Realm experience looks like with Yunara, the Unbroken Faith.
Perseverance, patience, providence.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
ここに集まったのはそれぞれが力を試し神殿の巫女の力を最もふさわしく扱えるものを決めるためだ。では前置きはこの辺にしてショーダウンを始めよう。
我会死吧？看看，反打，给我操！
ユナーラのパッシブがクリティカルダメージを出した時にこう追加ダメージで魔法ダメージを与えるっていうパッシブなんですけど、序盤はやっぱりクリティカルアイテムを詰めないので中盤とか2コア3コアあたりの後半中盤後半あたりに影響力が出てくるかなというふうに思います。 ユナラのメインスキルが9でスタックを8個貯めないと発動できないっていうスキルなので、ちょっと連戦とかはすごく難しい印象を受けました。
Theo em thấy ấn tượng đầu tiên của em về con tướng Yunaga này thì lối chơi cơ động và
我觉得他的 Q 在对线上应该会占蛮大的优势吧，因为他可以透过扩散来抢兵线。那在下路其实抢线权是下路最重要的工作。
W やばいよ。いかれてるダメージしてる。なんかゼリーの強化版みたいな感じ。
Em nghĩ là chiêu W của Yunara thì nếu mà ở trạng thái thường thì sẽ phù hợp với ở vị trí ở lane, còn vị trí ở W siêu việt ở trạng thái siêu việt thì sẽ phù hợp ở giao tranh。
比较长，好像在放龟外气功的感觉。
ユナーラの E が思ったよりも早く動けるし、クールダウンも短いので結構連戦でも積極的に使っていいんじゃないかなっていうふうに感じました。
他们那个
不是
你还在睡觉啊？对啊。
这里是来了。这第一个走了好不好？哎呦！W。可以直接杀他。
ウルトのダッシュの挙動もすごく速いので、相手からしたらすごいやりづらいだろうなっていうふうには感じます。
我觉得他的大招有点像，就是他把他的3招都强化了。
個人的に感じたのは、ゼリのウルト中かなっていうふうに感じました。W や E のクールダウンも解消されて、Q が15秒間持続で発動するので，
对，他就是开了大来配合他的 QWE 的。
Thì cảm nhận của em khi mà khi mà chơi Yunara là kiểu cảm giác con tướng này đánh tay khá là nhiều, nên là đầu game hơi bị khó để đi lane. Còn về giữa game và cuối game thì tướng khá là mạnh.
Theo em nghĩ thì nếu muốn chơi vị tướng này thì mọi người cần giữ vị trí trong giao tranh, phối hợp với đồng đội。
我觉得对上他角色的话，就是趁他在 Q 还没有叠起来之前跟他换血。
상대 이즈카르마나 이런 견제기가 좀 좋은 챔피언 있으면은 힘들 것 같다는 느낌을 받았어요.
Theo em nghĩ là tướng để phát huy tối đa sức mạnh của Yonara là những vị tướng có khả năng bảo kê trong giao tranh, ví dụ như là Rakan hoặc là Lulu。
他感觉是需要发育起来的英雄，但在赛场上就是下路不太适合太发育，他需要有一点能够战斗的能力。
もちろんやっぱりプロゲーマーなので、練習しないといけない部分もたくさんあるんで、もちろんそれは練習しようと思ってます。ただやっぱりユナーラ自体がすごくなんていう新鮮なチャンピオンなので、すごく練習するのも楽しみなチャンピオンでもあります。
Em thì em nếu mà con tướng này mà ra mắt thì em sẽ chơi nó, em sẽ luyện tập nó rất là nhiều, em sẽ không cấm nó bởi vì em thấy con tướng này nó phù hợp với em.
太大了。
我没地铁都我懂，我应该跳回来啊，完全放过呀。
ロックじゃねえし。
哇，3分 OP。
やばい、遅刻。またかよ、マブルに怒られる。間に合った。嘘、終わってるじゃん。またやっちゃったよ。
今天我们聚集在这里，有一个特别的目的。我要跟你们讲一个故事。这个故事的主角是一位传奇的 ADC 选手。
Coming through, and they can't do it. Uzi is still alive and kicking, and Uzi is trying to carry the game right now.
我 S3第一次看到 UGI 比赛的时候，我就觉得，原来 ADC 是可以这样玩的哦。因为之前 ADC 前期都是在发育嘛，那你等到后期再站出来 carry。那 UZ 的打法其实他从对线期啊，或者是团战，他有办法找到那种机会，而且他操作当时是已经比大家都好的非常多。
我觉得 UZI 特别的地方是，别人 AD 都是打团方面比较出色一点，然后他是从对线就开始给别人很大的压力，然后打团也是零失误。
Là một đối thủ lâu năm của Uzi thì cảm thấy cái áp lực đi rừng của Uzi lại rất là lớn. Mà là một người đi rừng thì mình phải dành rất là nhiều thời gian để chăm sóc cặp bot của mình. Và trong teamfight tổng gần như rất là hiếm thấy khi Uzi mắc những cái lỗi và rất là khó để có thể giết được cũng như là nắm bắt cơ hội giết được Uzi.
Uzi is coming in from the backside. Surprise! Here comes the Vayne. Kill for White. Sun's not going to escape this one. They focus down Uzi, but look at him. He's still alive. He's still surviving. He stays alive. Ace for Royal Club. What an amazing.
UZI 有一点是让我非常敬佩的，因为他其实个人的话手伤是非常严重的。他每次在团练完或者训练赛完之后，他就是必须要接受1到2次的物理治疗。但是他物理治疗完后还是可以积极的回去投入排位，这点是让我很敬佩的一点。
我觉得当一个职业选手，你休息了2年再回来职业场上，其实是非常非常困难的一件事情。因为其实你这1、2年的时间，你已经不习惯了这个高压力的训练。因为其实我们职业选手训练量是非常大的，而且你还要打比赛，你面对的压力其实很大很大。那这2年，我相信 UGI 在休息的时候再回来是非常難嘅一個決定。那我想看他回來的時候，我覺得就是他對於打電競這個事情是非常的熱情。
Sau khi nghỉ 2 năm thi đấu chuyên nghiệp thì khi mà quay trở lại thi đấu chuyên nghiệp thì rất là nhiều điều mà mình rất là tự tin trước đó, hay là những cái mà luyện tập hàng ngày mình luyện tập rất là nhiều thì cũng không còn những cái lửa như đợt trước nữa, cũng không thể nào mà theo kịp được những cái thời mà mình từ trước đó mà mình luyện tập nhiều hơn, mình tự tin vào những cái phần này phần kia và thật sự là một quá trình mà mình phải bắt đầu lại từ đầu để có thể tập luyện cũng như là làm quen với nó.
Second blue, but that's going to be about the end of it. Instead, it's going to be bottom lane. Gorilla going in onto Uzi, dropping the ignite, able to find the initiation. Uzi with an expert dodge to get away as Ming gets out as well.
S13，我跟他在 ED 区，那是他生涯的最後1年，但是我還是能感覺到他的勝負欲特別強，我也從他身上學到了很多好的地方。
Uzi đã ảnh hưởng và truyền động lực cho mình thì mình thấy là sự nghị lực và chuyên nghiệp của anh ta khi mà mình thấy những trận thua của anh ta thì anh ta sẽ không bao giờ bỏ cuộc, và thường thì mình thấy là sau mùa đó thì anh ta sẽ trở lại rất là mạnh mẽ, nên là mình học được tính cách đó từ anh ta.
Whenever I watched him play in the past, whenever he made his plays, I'd say he always looked super confident. So I think whenever I try to perform on stage or practice scrims, I always try to play with full confidence in all of my games.
之前的话，我可能是作为一个观众的视角在看 UZI 比赛，然后 S8、S9 的时候，我是作为队友在他身边看他打比赛嘛，然后实际上看了他的操作之后，就发现这个人的技术真的是精湛到一个不行。
EDG are backing away. Uzi is still looking for it, can't get it. He's going in now. You've got to watch those Prey Seekers as 1xN all by himself will get hit down by Allah. And UCal, can he do it? Uzi, the flash away was huge, and Allah now wants to chase down UCal, and he gets him down. Flash that Vayne emotes as EDG go clutch.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
The time has come to prune the tree. Much has changed, and I do not understand why. Not truly. mustn't take a single breath for granted.
It's okay.
Let's go.
Goodbye, bro.
Let's go.
Yunara's been doing her job for a long time, but centuries of standing guard in the spirit realm.
We are done with the fun match. Now it's the serious match. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Titans Cup 2025. And we're here as your storytellers. My name is Circla, together with my buddy
Contra.
We rehearsed this.
Oh, you really want to do it live, yeah?
Yeah, there you
but
go.
Where's the sound? We got to do it again.
Okay,
All
there you
right,
go.
3, 2. Oh, okay.
man.
That sounds a little better, but
Okay, my hand hurts.
Yeah, let's not do that anymore.
Yeah.
Anyways, here we are in the grand finals of the Titans Cup. Malaysia and Singapore. 72 teams have tried, and now only 2 is left standing to see who will march their way into the throne to get that spot to the LCP wildcards. And this is definitely a very monumental moment right now. We will have All Luck 2 to be facing off against none other than Fairy Charm that has been undefeated so far throughout the entire circuit.
Yeah, and just to illustrate to all of you out there, like what you said, right? Fairy Charm undefeated. They first started off in the quarterfinals in this playoff against Charisma. They won 2-0, and they won 2-0 against Sparky, and now they are in the grand finals. For All Luck 2, Mana Potion was their first opponent. They won 2-0, but they had a tough fight against Mel Gaming where they had to come with a comeback win against them, winning 2-1, and now they're meeting against Fairy Charm in the grand finals. And different from the series before this, it will be a best of 5.
That's right. Also, an update to those of you guys who are wondering on today's match who exactly have been able to take the third place. It's going to be Mel Gaming that secures a 2-0 win. And so far, of course, now we all focus on to the final 2 teams. I mean, we've seen the stacked rosters, we've seen those big plays, and now not only are they fighting for that title to be champions, they will walk away with that spot for the LCP wildcards and a big chunk of the total prize pool of 5,000 ringgit.
Yes, so since we're talking about the grand finals, right? Focusing on the champion, they will bring back 2,000 ringgit. Second place will bring back 1,000 ringgit. That's 1,000 ringgit difference on top of course, the LCP wildcard playoff slot.
That's right, and on top of that, those who have made it to the top 8, everybody's a little bit of a winner. I mean, of course, it depends on if you end up as the champions, and by the time that the champions walk right into the wildcards, there's definitely a whole lot more prize to be won as well. So this championship is definitely going to be life-changing for the individuals to be taking the throne. So that being said though, grand finals, best of 5 with Fearless Draft intact. Fairy Charm versus All Luck 2. We've seen a little glimpse of their ideologies where FRC, they rely on all these smooth, clean plays. They've got great individual prowess. All Luck 2, looking pretty similar, and they have different stances of their own, but our highlight is definitely, of course, between the 2 masters of top mid lane, where we got Lananya from All Luck 2 to be facing off against one of the very best, Neko Desu.
Oh yeah, and Neko Desu has got himself like multiple MVPs here in the playoffs, so this guy is definitely a highlight player as well, and he's able to come up with a lot of highlight plays as well, especially when he played the Talia before this. So that could be a champion that might be focused by these 2 teams, whether it's being picked up or being banned. But before we head on to the game, of course, we got to put out our predictions. And you want to talk us through your prediction?
All right, I have a few reasons why as to why I'm voting for Fairy Charm, although my prediction is going to be 3-1 in favor of Fairy Charm. As much as they have not lost a single game, we saw the power of what All Luck 2 holds, and they are really efficient in those team fights. But you got Savasky on that ADC. He's currently sitting at rank solo duo at number 2. Back then, Neko Desu has got crazy win rates. I mean, he's not grinding rank that much, but he used to have like that top 1, top 2 spot as well. So that mid and bot tandem is going to be super lethal up against some of the members of All Luck 2. So they got to watch out. So it's really down to how Lananya and Cole is going to respond to that.
And if you can boss like the mid and also the bottom lane, you can imagine like you have control for the entire game. Like mid will have a little bit more play from middle to mid and to a certain extent to late, depending on what kind of champions are you using. And then for the bottom laner, you're going to have a bit more highlight plays during the later stages of the game. So you have the entire game to control.
Here comes the draft.
But yep, here is the draft here, and we are going to start off with Severe and Galio being banned out.
I think it is definitely that Severe has been a really potent pick, especially with the buffs on these items, where she could just abuse all the crit items on top of if she wants to go for Blade of Ring King alongside with the Kraken Slayer. But typically, starting off with Yuntel, she just has so much safety net as well as poking power at the very same time during the laning phase that it is very difficult to deal with, and without the Wukong to really set up with the Cyclone, it allows a little bit more breathing room for the side of Olak 2. Meanwhile, Fairy Charm, like you said, Galio as well as Pantheon. So these are very global elements that they're trying to remove from the equation.
Yeah, and I'm kind of disappointed with the fact that I have not been able to cast a Galio game, which is my main. So, well, it is what it is. I mean, it is a very strong champion, like how you mentioned it. So, interesting enough, now that we've completed our first phase ban, Talia is not banned.
Okay, so they could actually contest for this now that you've actually mentioned it. So the final two bans being Varus as well as Jin, so at least they will have, you know, a little bit of slight priority to relieve that bot lane pressure for a little bit. So you could definitely identify that they don't want those very huge AoEs, but like you said, Talia is going to be a very solid pick for Olak to open it with. Very likely to go to the hands of Lanaya, and immediately responded by Nikodesu with the Aurora being picked up.
Okay, one thing I learned about this tournament and the graphics is that you gotta wait. Okay, you don't see the Lee Sin and go, oh, it's a Lee Sin. Okay, no, they should.
They always have that 20 seconds timer. It's like you get
Yeah.
to have just about enough leeway for you to actually secure it. Now, Fairy Charm, they do really have some very strong level 6 power spikes when you take a look at an Aura with her ability to really turn the tides around and be very sneaky about it, and with Nocturne to be able to just go semi-global with the Paranoia and just blind the members of Olak 2. They gotta be really finding perfect moments to really hold up the line. So to answer back to that, Olak 2, they're bringing in the Yunara. So do you like this draft so far coming in from Olak 2?
I'm just waiting to see what will they lock in there for their last pick. Okay, so far, I do like it, especially with the Talia, who's able to set up fights, and then you have the Xin Zhao, who's able to come in to try to tank as much as possible. So I think that's a really good setup there that they currently have. What they could probably use a little bit more later, which I believe they will pick something similar, is a solid frontliner or a strong CC.
Yeah, true enough, and we're looking at the rest of Fairy Charm right now, locking in the Gwen. So this is going to be a very all-out aggressive approach coming in from Fairy Charm, which will likely, of course, park the Gwen over on top lane. But that's also telling you that, hey, we got a whole lot of magic damage. Like, are Olak 2 looking at something like an Ornn just to soak in all these damage by just, you know, stacking some MR? Because when we take a look at the approach coming in from Olak 2, they have engaged tools of their own. If you amplify with an Ornn, I think it's a decent shout. And they are immediately banning out the Rakan because, you know, the Vastine couples paired together is always going to be a lethal combo.
Yeah, so that's appreciable ban, but that means that they have to let go of certain champions as well. So I'm looking at the possibility of an Alista being picked up here, because that is a good mix of like a good tank frontliner, you're able to engage, so it's something that Olak 2 might be looking at.
Yeah, true enough. Olak 2, I guess like usually summon players when they meet a Gwen, one thing that can't be blocked by her Hallowed Mist or that W that usually blocks spells is that you just find something that can just right-click her to Oblivion, or maybe take something like Renekton where you can just dash right through and just look for a little bit of that trade. But it's still over on the side of Fairy Charm to really call the shots right now. So what they're looking for right now is maybe a solid support for them to really hold down the line. You did mention Alistar was banned away, so realistically, what other tank supports do we have? Maybe a Nautilus is going to be pretty good, where you could just hook, line, sinker somebody out there. So once more, Savasky, he's been able to really show off how well he just creates those space on this Misfortune, and they're once again going to be having just about enough of that spike. And I did mention Renekton, so that is going to be the answer to the top lane.
Yeah, it's definitely a good one, right? We have seen a lot of good Renekton plays as well during the playoffs. Just to answer your question, on top of the Nautilus, another option that they could go for is probably a Rel, which is a pretty good setup. So if you kind of think about it, right, like Talia just blocks the pathway, and then Rel just comes in and tries to pull as many people out as possible. Yeah, so it could be a good combo.
Yeah, I think like now that that is actually being let through, this could easily just be a rel just to really sum up the composition. But they understand that, hey, you want that 5v5 to blow us up? Well, I've got the Renata. I could bail somebody out. I could just drop in the hostile takeover and just have all of you guys who just love, you know, auto-attacking. That Nocturne might just actually turn it around up against the rest, or if it hits onto Savasky, it's even more devastating with her amount of output. So, like you called it, that was going to be the route for the last pick. So, we're definitely looking at a lot of huge potential for fights to take place on those objectives, whether if it's going to be for that first couple of grubs over top side or even for the Drake. So we'll have to see what kind of soul of a Drake that we're actually getting in our game mode. So that being said, I mean, the drafts are set. Sir Cloud, you predicted towards Fairy Charm as well. Do you like this draft? It felt like this was something that they were comfortable with during the semifinals too.
Yeah, I feel that this draft is really tight between the both of them. I mean, there are things that I like on both sides as well. Like, I really like the Talia pick together with the Renekton pick, and then you have the Xin Zhao. I see a lot of combos that can happen for Orlok too. Whereas for Fairy Charm, it does look like they're trying to play for the late game, or they're preparing themselves in case they do go for the late game, because you have the Rel and then you have the Misfortune. Now, Misfortune is mostly activated towards the later stage of the game once you already got the items in and you have enough damage output, especially with the bullet time. So the Rel during the late game is going to play the Protected Precedent onto the Misfortune. If anyone jumps, pull them out. If they want to engage, pull them together, bullet time. That could work.
At this rate, I feel like Savasky, he almost feels like he needs almost no protection on the way that he actually plays so aggressively. Especially now you pair with Rel. I feel like between the bottom lane duos, right? I do think that the early game, it is a little bit more Misfortune favorite in terms of damage output. Zion does need some of her items to scale, like Essence Reaver, like Navori Quick Blink, or any form of crit items that they really want to start with, even if it's going to be Yuntal. So it will take a while for Desire to really come into full effect, and then she's the one to try to play a little bit more defensively with that Feather Storm. So we'll have to see if, you know, there's going to be any surprises when we take a look at both sides of the jungle as well. Fantasy on the Xin Zhao so far has been super impressive, where a lot of all these early initiations really set up Lanaya, or even from time to time Crazy Chi, to be able to really scale up ahead. So I'm thinking that that top lane matchup, Renekton, Gwen, it's going to be pretty fire.
Right, so let's not stay on the fence, right? So which draft do you like better?
In terms of ease of execution, I gotta say that perhaps Fairy Charm is just a couple millimeters better, right? Because all you really have to do, you need Kyowon to actually jump right in, get the Magna Storm, and that will immediately set up the bullet time. Or if your enemies were thinking, hey, we want to answer back, you still get the paranoia. You could just blind them off, and depending on how well their comms are, that they could just really identify some of the position. But with this kind of setup, it is easier to pull off, and if they're not finished off just yet, with a good TP, I think that over onto the Gwen, she will be able to arrive in time, come and get the needle work to really shred everybody apart. That's kind of like the grand scheme of the ideas, and you also gotta remember, every Aurora that we've seen so far in the playoffs has been super, super crisp. So this is a very powerful pick, but Lanaya, I want to see if he could actually hold up against the Aurora.
Yeah, especially when he has a power pick, right, with the Talia. Well, in my opinion, I know it's very tight, right, when we look at this draft, right, but I kind of like the Orlok 2 draft because I feel that in terms of execution, it's a little bit easier, and plus with the Talia, you can execute from a distance. Like, you don't need to go in. So if you execute from a distance and you feel that, oh, okay guys, it's not really a good execution, you can bail out immediately. Whereas for a Rel, you have to go in.
You're right. And I think like they are definitely looking for a little bit more of that countermeasure as well. With the hostile takeover, with the Feathered Storm, like, you kind of have double mechanisms for you to actually set it up perfectly for the Xayah. So I'm really hoping that we get to see that late game Xayah come into full effect in that sense, so that eventually, instead of just playing around Lanaya on that Talia, you get to play a lot more around that Xayah. So that's it. That's where, you know, this mid-top variation, they got to also hold their own fine. And it's really all about the big setups coming in from the Sintel, from the Nocturne. So Fantasy versus Ben the Hot Dog. I think, like, so far, Fantasy has always been very proactive. Ben usually calls for some really clean picks. Well, that's what I really like about Ben. He's also very willing to make it a sacrificial play just for his teammates to benefit as well. But as a Nocturne, you kind of want to snowball. I mean, you don't want to be a Nocturne that goes too far behind and then you're just trying to ulti-blind somebody or so, because you got to make full use of that paranoia. And tell you what, folks, we are in for our first round of the Grand Finals. It is the Titans Cup MYSG between All Luck 2 versus FRC.
Oh, this game number 1, will set the tone here for our Grand Finals. And who will come on top? This matchup or this round is going to be very, very important for both sides. Now, looking at the starter of both sides, we might see a very active approach here by FRC. They're sending 4 players just by the edge of the jungle, but just to plant that ward. Okay, no other big moves for that, but that ward will give them enough information on how they're going to navigate around the jungle in the early stages.
Yeah, I do believe that Fantasy has been able to really sniff that out because, yeah, they were nowhere to be seen over on the bottom side, but oh, they do get a little glimpse over on Pikachu. I think that he kind of has just about enough respect for Run this. And so over here over mid, Lanaya versus Nekodesu. This is that heated matchup between 2 superstar mid laners, and they're already on some of their favorite picks. And look at Lanaya. I guess we could also argue that he's really shown us that he pilots the Talia to perfection, but Philvis is already soaking too much.
Oh, Pikachu, okay. Very aggressive move here at the bottom from both Savaski and Pikachu just to push them back. So both Clovis and Long Ginger now below 50% of health. They will be pushed back behind their turret.
Yeah, and that's why I did mention that, you know, those early levels, it does really favor Savaski as well as Pikachu a little bit more, so they can afford to play a little bit more risky. But that heal has been popped so early on, so that is something that they gotta take notion of. They both supports already popping heal. Long Ginger, just about a tick of health left. So there's not going to be any form of flashy plays. They're underneath the turret. They gotta wait until the waves crash, and perhaps Savaski is going to go all out.
Now, just to illustrate the bottom lane, right? So for last hits, All Luck 2 only had like 3 last hits. Okay, now we're going to get a better view. 4-16 at the bottom, but in the middle, this is Lanaya being pushed back. So Lanaya might miss a wave.
Did you just see how quickly he responded? He knew that Qs were about to clip, and he saw Nekodesu pulled it off just at the same time. So both sides, APM looking mighty fun, but it's Ice Limit T trying to stop Crazy Chi from doing something cheeky inside of the jungle.
Yeah, he wanted to try to steal away those jungle camps at the top, but we have a rotation by Fantasy. Divine Creations is there though. Crazy Chi down to last hit. Will he burn down? No.
Oh, so close. He popped the potion in time, and thank goodness he's got the Thorn Shield as well to regain a little bit of that health for him to just sustain. But right now, Gwen is still pretty much slightly ahead. It's just the kind of kill pressure when you actually bring the Ignite over the top lane. Ice-Limity looking so confident because this Gwen doesn't exactly need the flash, but speaking of which, we could see so many proactive moves. Both junglers trying to visit that top lane for that first blood, and they spot out each other. That means that they are just going on a parallel circuit, and it's still pretty much even Stevens from both ends.
I'm still looking at the last hits at the bottom here. Like 14 to 31, but now Fantasy could be in trouble.
Oh, he popped the flash.
Flash falls out, and they're still going to continue, but Nekodesu last hit. Wait a second. Okay, but we'll talk about that later because right now at the bottom, 3v3, and looks like All Luck 2 being pushed back, but talk us through what happened in the middle.
That's a little bit of a ego check as well for First Blood. Lanaya almost secured that First Blood, but it was Nico to outplay him. And right now we're looking at another potential. Crazy Chi is starting to get activated, bringing that longsword back into the lane, having a little bit more CS, but we want to get a glimpse of what went on in mid lane. So watch what happens here. He gets the knock up into the groundwork, and then he thought that it's going to be one final clip. It does connect, but Nekodesu used the E in time, and just because of that, he created enough distance, sets him up right underneath the turret.
I mean, honestly, if it was me playing, I'll be like, oh, it's just that one hit. We'll talk about that.
You'll pray to that too.
I will fall for it too, so I can't fault him. But Crazy Chi, he ain't falling for it. Look at this. He is lower on health, but he decides to challenge. But that flash, wow, beautifully executed. Can he actually win this 1v1? It is really close right now, but no. The answer is just no, but here comes the liner. Lanaya from the mid. He should be able to get this one done, and at least a trade-off back here, a 1-4-1.
Yeah, it does get a little bit more extra coming in from the shutdown as well. Well, not exactly a shutdown, 328 extra. Just about decent for Lanaya to get back on track after suffering a deficit of that solo bolo duel. So, going back into that 1v1 up to the top lane as well. Crazy Chi was just clipped out. I mean, that prediction coming from Ice Lemon Tea, understanding that there's 2 dashes to the slice and dice. He waited for the second dash, thinking that, okay, this Renekton's definitely looking to actually chunk me out. So he kind of allowed him to just dash right through, and he just understood, I just need to hold this angle. And just like that, the solo lanes, so far, looking dominant. But bottom lane, no.
Yeah, at the bottom, looks like still a dominant play by FRC, but they will pay the price for it for overextending in front of the turret. Pikachu could not do much.
I love the fact that they are really trading back and forth. All Luck 2 right now has won the fleet of warfare. All it takes now, either you secure the first turret or you look for more objectives, and they will be able to get those upgraded boots. And is it going to be a challenge? Pikachu waiting in line, and here comes the reverse wall.
Oh, looks like they will go in for it, and here comes the steal! The steal onto the Drake! And now the fight will continue on. Nekodesu will fall though, but then again the steal, it's probably worth it. But looks like they will continue to try to get another kill. Lanaya is in trouble right now. 1v2, can you at least get a trade-off on the Pikachu? But the answer is no, Pikachu is just too far away. And Swarovski is there to deal the damage. This is huge for FRC.
Pikachu, clutches after clutches. We gotta see that again. He took that unsealed spellbook, he took the smite, and he managed to steal the drag and also take out Lanaya. Wow, incredible. Ola 2 was not expecting that at all. Watch what happens here. They timed it perfectly. They were not fatigued by whatever that wall was.
Ooh.
He just viewed that he just had to time the W, dash just right through, crash in, and just focus on stealing that way. And with the timely paranoia, that secures a double in the hands of Divine Creation as well. So that played out perfectly according to plan.
That was insane. Even the reverse wall did not stop him from getting that clutch, getting that steal away, but that was crazy. But anyway, now we're back onto the mid fight again, Nekodesu and Lanaya. After that sort of clutch, I mean, this gives a morale boost to FRC for sure to try to gain more, to try to find more advantage. But speaking about advantage, Fantasy could be looking for one at the bottom as he rotates with the inner side. But here is Ice Lemon Tea, 1v2. And Flores is one in trouble right now. One last hit left. Ice Lemon Tea needs to back off with Fantasy there, but still, he's able to get the kill.
Yeah, it's unfortunately he does not really have enough time to really make full use of the bailout. And I mean, when the work is up online, there's a lot of Omni Vam coming in for Ice Lemon Tea to really heal back up. Despite Fantasy being on the sidelines, he was more concerned about getting his EXP back up because he kind of lost those duels. And just because of that untimely fashion of, you know, setups, it all up to they lose out on those trades. They're about to lose the tier 1 turret up top as well. And at the same time, this Nocturne is also stealing that golem away.
Well, Swarovski might make good work out of the top turret, looking at the current situation, but Crazy Chi is still there though. Yep, Crazy Chi would still be able to defend the turret, but for how long? He's being suppressed at his own turret right now. But at the bottom, Ice Lemon Tea is still a 1v2, and he's holding on really well alone.
Yeah, I mean, he's very willing to actually go for those lane swaps so that they could really put that pressure onto the Renekton. Crazy Chi right now really has to decide, like, do you eventually want to, you know, switch over on the bot lane, get a little bit more prior over onto the Grubs, which will be spawning, and finally Fantasy comes in for round 2, and the TP is up.
And here comes the TP on the way. Just need to buy a little bit more time. Ice Lemon Tea, 1v4. They sent, look at this, right? All luck too, they sent 4 players down there, but they didn't get nothing.
Yeah, I guess like they really gave a little bit more room of respect towards Ice Lemon Tea, because Nekodesu could always just jump right through and assassinate somebody if they were a little bit out of position or being caught out by any form of a torch shot. So it just makes it a little bit easier for the rest of FRC. And also, mind you, they don't have any intel on the Nocturne. So Divine Creation, if he happens to be nearby, all it takes is one button of the Paranoia, and that fight could have been way, way worse for Olak 2. So understandably so, that was a good call coming from Olak 2 to not put all their eggs in one basket.
Oh, the ward spotted. He just planted that. And now it's going to be free gold to Pikachu, just like that. He spotted the second one? No. So no extra free gold, but then again, he still got one, so that's fine.
Yep, back into decent trading between the two. Lanaya, evidently a little bit more careful from that last scuffle that he had up against Nekodesu. And remember this, Nekodesu was also the champions of Battle of CA that happened a couple of months back, so this could very well be a back-to-back title for Nekodesu if he happens to take it all. But Olak 2...
calm down.
I mean, we're
already game 1, okay? Calm down.
I'm not trying to really angkat them, you know, like the word in Malay. You happen to know it, then you know. But yeah, I'm not going to put them on a pedestal despite, you know, this is Rayra's community teams that you form. I mean, they're doing mighty fine so far. But you also got to look at the rest of Olak 2. To be able to match up the tempo of how FRC is playing is not easy. We've seen how many other teams getting stomped. Like, there was a game that went, like, what, more than 70 kills. And they were just having the time of their lives. This time, finally, a worthy adversary that they're dealing with. Olak 2 this time around may not be able to have a clean take on the Dragon yet again, since when the last one was being stolen away by Pikachu. With the Unsealed Spellbook, he was currently holding on to the heal, but Pikachu, if he could actually find maybe an opportunity to eventually, you know, burn that heal, look for another smite, that could be another setup for upcoming breaks. But for the meantime, I'm going to switch up once again with a little proxy over the top side. So they're just keeping this Renekton over the top lane. He does have TP Paranoia dropped in.
Oh, here comes Pikachu, still tanking it, and Pikachu will still want to go in for it, but his other teammates are backing up, and here comes the bullet time from the side. Look at the damage onto Lanaya, immediately deletes him down. Sylvaski secures that kill. Forest, one last hit. He cannot engage any further, but here comes the counter attack by Olak 2. Now they're looking for Ice Lemon Tea. This should be another kill secured here, but Nekodesu from the back, still dealing the amount of damage, and Ice Lemon Tea is still able to get Crazy Chi. Looks like it's going to be a turnaround here. Ice Lemon Tea with the chase, only one step is needed, but now another U-turn, but still, Ice Lemon Tea! Have you had your drink?
He's ice cold! Ladies and gents, the needlework, the footwork, the stabs, and it was not enough damage coming in from Long Ginger to be able to get the bailout reset. Let's watch once more. A perfect setup with the Paranoia, and Lanaya answers back with a wall to regroup with the rest of the team. The bullet time does connect. Watch what happens here. Savaski extends, thinking that he could actually finish off this, but instead, backup arrives. Both top laners TP'd right into the battle, and Crazy Chi, he just went all out. But because Nekodesu was poking prodding from the back, it really chunks down Crazy Chi, and then it came down to the warrior, and down to this. Long Ginger, he doesn't really have too much mana. All the cooldowns on this support is just way too high, and it was just full-on confidence from Ice Lemon Tea to steal the spotlight.
You gotta give the honorable mention to Nekodesu. right? Honestly, if it was me and I only have that amount of health, I'll be like, I'm gone, dude. Like, you're on your own. But Nicodemus stood there to provide support, to provide a little bit more damage, and that's how they want to fight.
Yeah, I mean, Cloud, if you put me and you in this lobby, I don't think we can even get a single kill in this match. But here we go again, Paranoia!
Oh, here comes 3 of them inside. What can Vovis do about this situation right now? He needs to back off as well. Long Ginger is holding the line for him. They're trying to deal enough damage, but Pikachu is in tag. He can absorb it. Not going to be a problem. Lanaya is there, though. Maybe they can get at least Pikachu, and that's exactly what they will get. Trying to get Nicodemus, but Nicodemus is just too far away. Bullet time again. This time, Long Ginger falls, but they continue to pursue. Lanaya lasting of help, but somehow, somewhere, they got Nicodemus.
Lanaya finally answers back to Nico, getting that shutdown. It took a while, but he gets the job done. Has been able to finally complete the Seraphs, and now looking to also secure himself what I deem to be a Rylai's Crystal Scepter to be cooking up next for Lanaya. Now watch this again. I believe it was a little bit more of an overcommitment. FRC saw the angle, but then again they're fighting around that choke point because they're hoping to set something big for Sadowski, and then that TP came right in. Watch what happens here. It was a very timely engagement coming from Lanaya. And as much as it was a good dodge come from Pikachu, there was really no avenues for them to actually work around. And then it was down to this bullet time, but Philbilis managed to answer back because he's got just about enough stack of feathers. And just like that, they've been able to really go toe-to-toe. 10-14. Let's look at the goal wrap right now. That's about close to 3,000, but still very much manageable at all too. But losing this Drake, this is going to be a little bit costly. That's already 2 Drakes gone. And we're looking at a potential Infernal Soul coming up. Yes, indeed. It's going to be an Infernal Soul game.
3K goal lead right now for FRC. And besides the goal lead, right, like if we look at how they've been playing, the mechanics when it comes to team fights, they have been on point as well. Maybe a little bit of overcommitment from the fight before. Maybe that's because they were really confident about themselves. But as long as they can get their game together, don't overcommit, don't overextend, FRC could just go steady all the way.
That's true, and you take a look at how many of these members of FRC currently just steamrolling, right? That Gwen 5-1-1 still having a 450 bounty on their head, and it's not an easy feat to really even deal with her over onto the side lane pressure. So the later the game goes, it's going to get even harder to deal with this Gwen, and on top of that, her prowess in some of these team fights. You saw how many times she came in for the cleanup. So right now, FRC, they're going for back-to-back objectives, and I believe that this does allow them to really get those huge. They've already got the feet already being claimed, and now, along with the Herald, this is going to give them a little bit more pressure to crash the Shelly back for AL2. Here comes Paranoid.
Okay, I mean the Rift Herald is gone, but they still went in for it. And here comes the bullet time for the back as well from Sabaski, dealing a lot of damage. The double kill will be secured by Nekodesu. And now they're looking for their ace. Crazy G is in trouble. Surely the ace will fall to the hands of FRC.
Oh, that deep vision being set right in there, and they've all got funneled into that trap. That bullet time connected perfectly from Sabaski. They got no business being anywhere close by ever since that Herald was already being secured. And just because of that very reason, Shelly is gonna greet the Nexus in a short moment's time. Let's check it out once more. Take a look at this. They went in, already being late, and that Paranoia set perfectly, and that is just doom for AL2.
I had a few questions on Fantasy actually going in. Like, why? Like, the Rift Herald is no longer there. Like, just back off. If the Rift Herald is there, maybe, but no.
I guess like he was guessing that, okay, some of these members, they attempted the Herald, maybe we can catch somebody off guard, and hence why they got themselves onto that sticky situation. That's my assumption, of course. Very well could be the case, but even so, they really got to start respecting all these AoE elements, especially when you are, you know, around some of the entry points, all these choke points in between the jungle. Right now, without enough vision, it's going to be super hard to really play this one out. All up to, they really got to set the ground once again. As FRC, they got so much map control that it's not funny anymore. They could just ambush from any angles.
Yeah, right now, after securing all the objectives so far, and having the momentum from all these fights, and we're starting to see as well All Luck 2 making some iffy moves. I mean, they need to just try to get the mentality together right now if they want to overcome FRC. Because the longer this goes, FRC will gain even more access into the jungle of All Luck 2. That's where All Luck 2 will have a problem farming.
Yeah. And taking a look at the builds real quick, right? It's super interesting to also look at the Bloodlifters alongside with the Malignance being built by Nekvesu, and here comes the flank. Fantasy's looking for it.
Okay, sending 4 down onto Ice Lemon Tea. But here comes the backup as well from the back. They will counter engage. Ice Lemon Tea, just take a look at Ice Lemon Tea. It's so hard for him to take him down. And Ice Lemon Tea fighting force, but bullet time from the side. Deals a lot of damage. That is enough. This is the second ace in the grand finals.
Was it worth it to go up against Ice Lemon Tea? That Rift Maker kept him alive with the needlework. And how much time was bought for Divine Creations to drop right in? And just because of those bolt calls, it just costed every member of AL2 their whole lives. Look at them, like, despite them collapsing upon this Gwen, you gotta always remember, so long as she got the Hallow Mist up, she's got those extra MR as well as armor when she's shrouded up. On top of that, needlework drops right in. Every single member of FRC was actually ready to take it on. So there's just no clear answer. AL2, they're falling further and further behind. And I believe that this might just be too overwhelming right now for them to deal with what's at stake here in Game 1.
Yeah, totally agree. Just look at the graph right here. It's starting to go all the way towards FRC. And now the difference is about 8k gold difference.
8K.
And again, it's not only about the goal difference, it's about the way of execution. You send 4 players down, but wait, I thought for a second because right now in the middle, look at the amount of damage on the Fioris. Fioris will not be able to withstand this one. And not only him, his other teammate Long Ginger went down as well. Again, Pride open. Here in the jungle is FRC. And they're not stopping yet. They see their next target. Lanaya goes down. It's time to go up to the high ground.
They're falling one after another like dominoes, falling apart. And that's the thing about FRC. Whenever they call the shots, it is just a very straightforward execution. They just need maybe 1 or 2 members to follow up. Whereas AL2, they gotta stall, they gotta buy time, and even so, they can't really buy too much. I mean, Crazy Chi right now tries to hold down the line. Fantasy is a little too far behind. He's only got 1 main item up online versus a Hex Plate and a Stride Breaker against this Nocturne. He's got nothing on him.
Oh, look at Sawaski's position. Like, he's in front right now. That's how confident they are. Like, oh, okay, you guys want to be the frontliner for me? Yeah, I can do that myself, but only for a little moment there. Of course, now he retreats back. But now, the fact that they have took down the middle inhibitor turret, they have absolute access into the jungle of All Luck 2.
Yeah, it's just free reigns for the taking right now. At least there's decent vision control coming in for them to deny a little bit more. So perhaps the only salvaging point for AL2 is to contest for either Soul later on, or if they could really set the rest of these members of FRC into a really tough choke point that does benefit the Xayah to stack those feathers. Now that she does have the Navori as well as his Reaver, there is a decent amount of output. But keep in mind, I mean, it's not easy to also shut down Sabaski, especially with the Bloodthirster already up online, and also working on to what I deem to be an Infinity Edge up next. Long Ginger has got to be very careful about this, and they cannot afford to even step anywhere further forward. That T2's going to crumble very quickly.
Yeah, they have to be careful of the Magnet Storm as well. That's why they must be cautious. The moment they move out, and they see a rail by the side, or this rail can just come in any time with the Magnet Storm. So they are very well aware of that. That's why they backed off.
True enough, and still no answers as to how do you really deal with this Nocturne? How do you deal with this Gwen? Where we saw 4 versus 1, they still could not really have a firm answer. Yes, there was that shutdown, but it costed the entire team. And the thing about wanting to play reactively, especially with the hostile takeover, is that whenever that Gwen has her W available, whenever Nocturne does have the shield, like, it doesn't really matter. They could still kind of block the hostile takeover, So it does not really affect them in those team fights.
Okay, this is where we need to fall back to what my therapist always say. Be positive. Exactly.
I am positive.
Okay.
So the thing about the rest of AL2 is that they understand what they really have to do now is to really stall for a little longer so that you can funnel all these resources back into Zaya, who's currently having close to 200 CS already, trying to match up to the Misfortune. And at the very same time, you need this Renekton to start ramping up. We're also looking at Black Cleaver being built in by the
bottom.
Sitao.
Oh, that's a 1v1 fight here.
It's good to call it.
Ice Lemon, he has been waiting for Crazy Chi to come, but here comes Fantasy to back him up.
But they call for Baron though.
Here as well. But look at this, they're committing 4 players now, 5 players now, but still not able to get the kill onto him. Still Ice Lemon still gets Crazy Chi, and at least he's still able to trade one, but he opens up so much space for his other teammates.
Ice Lemon T says, bring it on. You can try to contest me. I'll take one of you, and my team will get the Baron in hand. And now the power play is on. Fairy Charm looking to dive bomb up into the top lane.
Oh man, I mean FRC, they are securing all the objectives. Not even a single one is given to All Luck 2 at all. And now All Luck 2, they are really shoved back into their own base. Like, how are they supposed to farm in this sort of situation?
Well, I guess with Baron pushing, that also means that, yep, you got some extra minutes to deal with. But even so, I mean, it's just a little bit tougher on the defense. You might lose an inhib. You might even lose a couple of inhibitor turrets at the very same time. But yeah, it's just unfavorable for the moment where they're just hoping that if they could just maybe steal one dragon away, that could just further deny them from getting closer into the Elder spawning. But Pikachu, he's definitely looking to take charge.
Pikachu, I see you, and Pikachu goes
Magnet
in,
Storm!
and here's the Magnet Storm pulling all them together towards the bullet time, and that's how they will deal that amount of damage. Look at the damage there. Triple kill is easily given to Subfosky. Make that a quad. Oh man.
And here comes the TP as well. They're looking to end the game. Paranoia.
Oh, there you go. Just goes all the way to the back. There's no way he can escape this. It's surely going to be an ace. And a pentakill for Subfosky in the finals!
The best ADC of Southeast Asia is sure to dominate. And here we go. It is the first point in favor of FRC. It is best of 5.
Yep, they were looking for the Penta. They were looking for the Penta for sure towards the end there. They were like, okay, we can engage, but make sure you get a Penta. If not, you're buying us dinner.
He's got to treat, his support for a really big meal, right?
Oh,
Because
yeah.
of that Magnet Storm right there. And that just perfectly sets up Savasky. A pentakill in the grand finals of Titans Cup to kick things off. Could you imagine what else could potentially unfold in the series?
Oh man, I'm scared now.
Why are you scared?
Oh yeah, why should I be scared, right?
I mean, I love seeing all these players really go at it. You know, we have a little bit of that solo bolo action up over the top lane, over the mid lane, but this game was absolute mayhem where I definitely commend AL2 that they definitely tried a lot of different instances to really go for catches, but the call on that Gwen is definitely rough. I mean, they were feeling maybe very confident in the first go, think that, okay, she's isolated, we could take her on. There's a very good reason why a lot of pro teams actually ban Gwen. You saw how much Omnivamp sustain she has with the needlework coupled with the Riftmaker at the same time. At a certain point, I thought she could even 1v5.
And that's exactly what you did earlier. It's like 1v5, then you could still trade one and you bought so much time for your teammates. That's one scenario. When it was a 1v4 at some point, like you got like what, 2 kills in a 1v4? That's crazy. And you can see like the health just goes down and imagine like you're all luck too, right? It's so frustrating to see that 10%, 5% health left, but you can't finish it.
Yeah, I really felt that this might just actually be him being the MVP after all, because he got the the first blood over on the top lane. After that, TP'd over onto the first battle for the dragon. Gets even more. You take a look at the stats here. It's does here coming in with 11 kills on the Gwen. Man, it explains why this guy doesn't really need the flash. He could just take everybody on. So, you know, we just shine the light over on the Savasky with the pentakill. This guy's the real deal.
You have 11 kills on the Gwen, and you have 10 kills on the Misfortune. You have 2 champions with a double-digit kill. That is insane.
Yeah, it was just out of control already by the time that he hits the 15-minute mark, where they just scale out of control. I think like there was still a couple of scuffles that they were hoping to actually get, and then that call onto that Herald, looking a little odd, but that's where it really tipped over.
Yeah, totally agree. But we must agree on our MVP Contra that Ice Lemon Tea has to be the MVP this round. 1v4, 1v5, like what Ipman says. 我要打10個. No problem. Bring it on. 11 kills.
You gotta translate that for some of the audience, right? So,
yeah.
1v10. Oh, does he want to fly his teammates as well?
Yeah, that's the translated version of the line.
He doesn't need to 1v10. He can 1v11. Look at that, 11 kills, right? So,
one up it, man.
Yep, he just ones up him straight up. So let's take a look once more. I think like this was where Lanaya really looked for a deep opportunity. Despite with the Weaver's War, I think that the Paranoia definitely struck them back. And then watch what happens next. Eventually, Ice Lemon Tea has been able to also chime in a little late over our next fight, but it was Savasky that really found a very deep position. Not only protects Pikachu, but also secures kill turnaround. And then this fight, a lot of back and forth happening, and then towards the point where they have Savasky having a very beautiful angle for the bullet time, and has been able to really convert a lot of all these exchanges back into FRC's lead.
Yeah, this one was probably the only FRC's kind of like,
50-50,
but,
right?
Yeah, kind of like a 50-50. But everything else, we can say that FRC, they have been very good in terms of their execution as a team, as an individual as well. Now, this is interesting coming from All Luck 2. I think we discussed about this in extension earlier on, is that after knowing that the objective is gone, like, just back off.
I guess like we can give them a little bit of brownie points, because as much as they wanted to fight, that Paranoia was turned on, so they don't really know exactly where their members' position are. So probably it's a little erratic in the form of comms. But this call to be diving onto the ground was their biggest regret, I would say, because Ice Lemon Tea, he's already completed like 3 items, and then towards the point of Pikachu getting that big setup of the Magnet Storm. So Savasky eventually hunts out for the pentakill, where it's just a little bit of a race out there, and Fantasy knows that, okay, I don't think I can hold this all alone, so it's just a little help coming from Divine Creations for us to witness our first pentakill in the Grand Finals.
I can imagine the comms that time, right? They were going like
Penta, 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 penta.
Penta, penta, penta. Or going penta, penta. Okay, that would be the fans, right? Among them. And they got the penta at the end.
Well, I was actually expecting Divine Creation to actually come in with last minute smite. It's like, no penta for you.
Oh, just because.
I'm that kind of player sometimes.
Oh.
One of my red flags.
Oh. So beware if you play with Contra, or if you happen to kill with Contra, okay?
Just kidding. I mean, you don't have to worry. I'm not high rank like these guys out there. So, I mean, I'm washed up. You know, as much as I tease Sagi for a little bit, he still pretty much skill gapped me all the way, because like he used to play in the pro team. No matter what. Even if I used to compete back in the days, that was more than 10 years ago. I've been playing this game for 15 years now.
Well, if you want to see a show match between Contra and Sagi 1v1, put it in the comments, ladies and gentlemen.
I'll just use Soraka. I just
1v1.
concede. I'll just try to heal myself. In fact, I can only ult myself to heal anyways.
Yeah.
I mean, it's no longer about me. It's all about these 2 teams in the Grand Finals. All Luck 2 showed some signs of promises, some grand ideas. Perhaps defense wasn't exactly the best offense for them. I felt like there was not really a point in time where they could actually inject some of those plans into execution, right? Because what they really needed to happen was for some really good proactive ganks coming from the Sintel. I think that there was a setup that Fantasy was looking for, and once again it was against the Gwen. They saw the TP coming in from Nekodesu, and then they just bailed out, and then they call it for the second time coming, and by then it's also too late.
Yeah, because we have to consider the gap as well, right? Like the level gap, like the goal gap.
How dare you?
I
Okay,
mean-
I thought you were thinking about skill gap. Okay,
not skill gap,
There's
right?
no skill gap here.
Obviously, like what you said, right? Even if I queue in the lobby with these guys, if I get a single kill, I'll be celebrating like I won the grand finals. But the gap in the game that we just saw, the goal gap, the
By the
level
mid-game.
gap, everything, right? The map control gap. They had to send like a 4v1 or a 5v1 because if you send like 2, 3, obviously not going to win.
Yeah, and now we got to scratch that because we're already into our second game's draft. So looking at this, I guess they're looking to permaban Galio because they heard you love it. They don't really like
Oh, man.
they don't really like you.
I'm sad.
I'm just
Wow.
kidding. I'm just kidding. So we got Karma taken away and also up on the list from All Luck 2. Once again, no Wukong available. Sion once again being removed. I think like they definitely respect what Dust has been able to achieve over on top lane. Does that mean that Crazy Chi, despite him really showing us some great Renekton plays, I mean, he doesn't have the power pick of a Renekton anymore. Does it mean that he has to play on the weak side this time? Where he has to concede maybe a little bit of that early game just to play for the team later on and to start things off with the draft. Love that they come in with the Varus, very well prepared from the side of Fairy Charm, where they could just land the Chain of Corruption to kickstart a battle.
Yep, and I like the Pantheon pick. I believe that it's always a good first pick, not only because, well, it's a Pantheon, you can engage your tank, but it's also a flex pick. So if you pick the Pantheon, your opponent can be left hanging on like, where is this Pantheon going to go?
True enough, I mean, if you put it over onto bottom lane, you might be looking to maybe block a couple of all these piercing arrows or so. But of course, if you park it in the jungle, you're looking to gain tempo. You're looking to really set up those big gangs coming with the Grand Skyfall. So, interesting enough, a very early pick coming in on that Zig. So, another flex. So, if you're talking about cohesiveness, I'm not too sure about a Ziggs Pantheon dual bot. AP bot lane is a thing in the past. Very likely you might even see over onto the mid lane where you could just have a decent enough setup. But then again, it's still potential, right? Because one stun can also allow you to just chunk out some big HP bars over on the bot lane. But to also match that, it's all about the AoE team fights once again. We've seen this from Fairy Charm before. Cataclysm, and you have the Varus coming in with all these arrows, and they want to bring the equalizer from the Rumble. I like where this is going for Fairy Charm.
Yeah, they were hovering around Orianna for a bit, right? And I was already thinking like, okay, Shockwave, Cataclysm, you're not going to escape that. And then you have the free damage from the Varus from the back. But that's not going to be the case. But still, like what you said, the Cataclysm, locking 1, locking 2, and then trying to provide that free hit to the Varus. And if like they were to play it like how they played a Misfortune in terms of positioning, the Varus would have a really, really good time.
True enough, and then when we take a look at the answer to the Rumble right now, the Cho'Gath maybe holds a little bit of value. We talk about maybe he has to play on a weak side kind of approach just to try to scale up. Cho'Gath to just chomp something down and start to really stack all his ult, and then eventually becomes a giant monster where he could just be the main front line for the team. And at the very same time, if you want to stack maybe a little bit of MR, it could still hold the Rumble just fine. But we'll have to see if this is going to be a firm answer to the kind of aggression that has been displayed by Dust early on. I mean, Ice Lemon Tea, that's what we call him. It's funny that, you know, we see different names when we actually come into the champ select and also when we get into the game itself. So we go into the second draft where we're already looking at the ban onto the Orianna. It's too hard not to actually let that slide. I mean, it's too lethal to let it slide because it's a usual combo alongside with the Jarvan, so they respect it. Same goes to the Pop Blossom from the Nico as well. So perhaps there's still a couple of alternatives that they can actually look for if it's going to be in the hands of Nico Desert. I mean, he's played some Silas games before, and if you take a look, I mean, these are a lot of big ults that they could actually hijack if they actually let it slip past.
Oh, okay. And you asked for a big one. So, looking at the draft right now, Alistar is interestingly not being favored here in the grand finals when it was favored throughout the entire playoffs. Like, why do you think that's the case?
I think that there's definitely a lot of layers as to what we're looking at when it comes down to the execution. There's still one final pick for the support, which could still very well be maybe an Alistar, maybe it's also going to be, you know, they already have that Rel being picked from the last game, so that's not being left available. So you have options like the Leona that works amazingly with the Varus as well, where you just got all these chain stuns and crowd control that you could just hold somebody down for days, maybe longer than Nautilus, but even better. I mean, well, I guess they are going back into Alistar, so it answers your question that, okay, you still have a very steady front line to give maybe a little bit more of the breathing space for that Jarvan on those engages.
And it's quite clear it's a team fight comp, right? That Fairy Charm is going for. Everything is all about like, okay, let's do something in a group, like with the Cataclysm, and then you have the Headbutt Pulverize all together. So that's something that All Luck 2 will need to be careful of, especially if they are caught in those alleyways that allow easy execution for Fairy Charm.
Yeah, this is what's interesting about this mid lane matchup right now. Lanaya this time goes all out aggressive. You're looking at a Kali with some pretty slippery moves as well, right? You're hoping to land the perfect execution, ideally onto Savasky or even Neko in some of all these team fights. And if you can really get up ahead, this is going to be very nasty. But when it comes down to the late game, I am slightly concerned because you take a look at the kind of output that All Luck 2 deals. 3 of these members, majority of it coming in with the AP output. So that means that whether it's going to be the Alistar, whether it's going to be the Jarvan, they could actually stack a little bit more MR in an essence and try to really shut down just Fantasy in that sense so that you don't really have that much AD output. And just by doing so, they could actually be overwhelming where late game, there's not much I can do. And bot lane, there's a lot of poke and prodding coming from their side. So I want to see, is this going to be a lethality Varus that we're looking at here? Very likely so, because you want to go in trading with the Ziggs, because one's going to be lobbing bombs, you can lob some arrows, so a lot of back and forth will be playing around that bottom lane.
I'm also thinking about, like, let's say during the mid stages of the game where both sides will want to challenge for the dragons, it does look to me like Fairy Charm, they have better setup for whether they want to zone and then try to get the dragon, or if they want to go for the dragon while it's being taken by All Luck 2, just because of the level of engagement that they have. The Headbutt Pulverize is not an ult, it's a regular skill, so the cooldown is not that big, so they can
still about 10 seconds or so, not too bad.
Yeah, which is not too bad. I mean, if you compare it to like a Malphite, for example, then that's a big ult, right? But this is like a mini Malphite with significantly less cooldown, so him combo with the Cataclysm, this can allow them to like zone out their opponents during objective taking.
Or you could also look at it in a different way, where you could actually use the Alistar to actually play a little bit more protectively to keep a Savasky alive at all costs. Meanwhile, we're looking at the Nautilus to do exactly the same. So the Alistar is actually a really good answer, because every time he tries to look for a dredge line, tries to actually go in for a hook, it's going to be actively being blocked by an Alistar, and he's willing to actually tank all these shots. And the only way is for the Nautilus to really commit the ult to really look for that big setup. So there's still a lot of crowd control coming out of those members of All Luck 2. The only thing that they really want to achieve right now, I think we're looking at Fantasy needing to either really get some of all these early kills going for All Luck 2, or else it's just going to get continuously harder, just like how last game went.
Yeah, but here's the thing about big setups, right? Like, you have the Pantheon and the Nautilus who can go for big setups, but to perfectly execute a big setup, you need your opponents to be grouped up together. Like if they're all spread out like 1-1-1-1-1 everywhere, then you know it's kind of hard to do.
That's what Pharaoh Charm wants. Look at their setup. It's all AoE. I mean, if they were caught up in any contest, I actually do think Fairy Charm, they could easily just overwhelm them with just, you know, layering of elements, Equalizer into Cataclysm, into you name it. I mean, I lost Cal. We gotta, of course, let them cook for a little while longer while you guys back at home. I'm pretty sure you guys got your own prediction as well. Don't just follow our predictions. Instead, you can follow League of Legends Malaysia. You can follow all the social media platforms of Riot Games to keep you up to speed of all the latest happenings between all the Riot titles, especially League of Legends. You know, to me, this is such a massive moment. You know, I started casting like 8 years ago with this very game. It's great to be back. I don't want to make it all about me, but sure, doing this all over again 8 years after, 7 years after, this is just super special as now we dive into Game 2 of the Grand Finals.
It's okay, Contra. I understand the nostalgia of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. As long as you don't start crying on set, you know, it's cool.
What's the tissue? I mean,
yeah. I can borrow you a piece of my...
Where I'm trying to lead to that is that I spent that many years, and some of these players, they've waited so long, so many years for the competitive scene to be back, and I'm so glad, you know, Riot Games, you know, have finally given the community and the fans what they really needed. As we kick things off with a very standard start, just a little cheeky moves coming out of FRC. The last game we have seen some movements coming in from AL to go in for some invades. I think we've seen this before. Do you remember the very first day when we casted FRC, went in for this kind of invade? They started on that blue side. So this forces Fantasy to go for a vertical jungle, and this could maybe turn this game lopsided in a sense where we're already seeing taunts coming in from Pikachu. That's my favorite Alistar skin. And he's got the cowbells going, already looking for the pulverize. So, Fivolus already brought down a little bit.
I'm trying to process your theory, right? Like, yes, I do remember like our first day casting together, looking at FRC actually doing what you mentioned, going on the other side of jungle. But for Orlok 2, for them to do that parallel farming, they need to have information that, oh, actually they are on my side. But if they don't have that information, then you would still think that you're playing on your own side.
Oh, yeah. And on top of that, I believe that right now with this kind of movement, Divine Creation not only secures his move up, at the very same time, I don't think Fantasy truly knows that his entire blue side has been hijacked. Oh no, this is bad. Okay, we talked about this before on the draft. You just really need to starve out Fantasy, and that's the entire AD output for the team. Unless what, you want to go AD Akali? I'm not too sure if this is well suited. It does take Conqueror though, but come on, what are the odds, man? AD Akali.
Yeah, man. And plus, Divine Creation, he needs to build durability for himself as well, right? And if he's not able to be as durable, his Grand Starfall would just be like, okay, I go in and nothing happens. So like what you said, he has to find a way to farm. Okay, now he realized that, oh, my jungle is gone. And it might be a little bit too late for him, because if you look at the movement here by Divine Creation on the other side,
oh, he's going on to Nico.
He doesn't have anything, no entry point even.
Yeah, he's hoping to actually gang Neko, but because they already know that, okay, there's only a few possibilities because he didn't take hit the other side of the blue buff as well. So they could potentially be a gank over bottom or mid. So Neko Desu absolutely prepared for that. Monkey stepping over onto a ward. FRC pretends they know nothing, but still, that piercing arrow takes a while to actually connect. But here comes the flank. Fantasy. He's trying to make something happen, but continuously because he's hanging around bottom. His camps are just about to spawn up. He's not going to waste too much time. He has to back away. And now look at the timely maneuvers. Divine Creation. Just like that, he could potentially look for something as well.
Yeah, they see Pikachu and they want to catch them all, but not in this situation.
Let's go. Hit the pulverize. Flash being popped up. Black and Brack over onto Long Ginger. He may have to give his life up. And just like that, it's first blood for Fairy Charm.
So again, I know when you see a Pikachu, you want to catch them all, but not like this, right? I mean, firstly, he is a tank. So, rule of thumb, you don't engage on a tank. And when you do that, so happened, the jungle rotated down there, and they got punished for it.
Meanwhile, you know, there's this back and forth going on over on the top lane, and Fantasy might just be looking for something really cheeky. He does have flash available for that engage to happen. Ooh. He dodges the spikes, and right now, Ice Lemon Tea answers right back. It is going to be the Flamethrowers here shredding them up, but Ice Lemon Tea continues to drive on this top lane.
Dude, looking at the fast hands just make me feel old, like how fast they can react to the situation, but now Divine.
Oh, there we go. A beautiful setup coming from Pikachu, and this is Fantasy getting punished once again as this Pantheon goes starving. Long Ginger next, and this is the feat of Warfare. FRC claims it with Nekodesu with the third one on the block.
We're only 5.5 minutes in, but the goal difference is now 2K. Now Ice Lemon Tea is trouble.
Perfect execution just to secure it, easy peasy, but now up against that Jarvan, I'm not too sure he wants to commit. Crazy Chi does not really have mana, and Pikachu, he's going for a wide wraparound, and this might just be it, but he's still level 5. No Cataclysm, it's a little too risky.
Okay. I was worried that he went for the ego check earlier, but
oh, the flash barrier to the last hit! He calculated that to a T.
Oh man, he has to get away right now. Long Ginger is on his way, but can Long Ginger do anything? Maybe yes. Is there enough damage?
Let's not talk about the hitbox of the hook. No matter how you want to try to dodge that Nautilus hook, it always lands in your face, right?
Yeah, it is huge. I mean, just look at how big that... It's not even a hook. It's an anchor.
Yeah. And I hope that Long Ginger eventually turns into a major anchor for the team. Right now, the kills are on Lanaya as well as Long Ginger. Ideally, you want it on some of the carries, but Fearless got dove upon. So, this is where it's concerning. So, the lifeline right now is all on Lanaya, because Fantasy is still very far back. He is about 20 CS in comparison to Divine Creation right now, so it's going to take a while before he gets things activated.
And Lanaya is still holding his game, right? When it comes to like last hits, it's still okay. But I guess I'm a little bit more worried for the Pantheon at this moment. Like early game, jungle cleared out, and he's starting to fall behind as well. So that's why we don't see him ready for any engagements, including this first dragon. They are not ready for it. So it will be given free to FRC.
No vision, no level 5 on this Pantheon. They really just have to let this one slide. So Mountain Drake secured by FRC. Meanwhile, Naya getting snared even despite being in the shrouds. And this is the advantage of having a Hui when you just masters it. Sometimes you can even snipe them inside of the shroud as well. So it is a rather tough matchup in a sense, which is why you see maybe CS difference. It's still Nekodesu ahead. As a matter of fact, Nekodesu is 2 kills up ahead.
Oh yeah, on top of the CS, right? So he is definitely in front, but not only him, like as team as well, like they are still 1.5k ahead. And now it looks like it's going to be free grubs. I doubt Fantasy's going to go in, but they could still.
Ooh, they managed to find a catch over onto Lanaya, but it's a little too slippery with the shurikens as you try to recommit. With perfect execution, they do secure one for the side of Crazy Chi, knocking down the Rumble, but they're still looking for more. Hit, but Pulverize connects, but he does flash away into safety. Lanaya made a play happen. They did manage to salvage from the grubs to have all stacks falling to the hands of FRC. Despite them taking one, it does not really count too much. So they still could actually fight for more of all these stacks of monster taking in the jungle.
So at least that's a decent engagement here by All Luck 2, and that's what they need, right? In order for them to catch up to the difference right now. However, we are still at 1k difference, but we're only 9 minutes in, so that's still okay. Now everyone's back to just securing their map, securing their site, and also clearing up the lanes. And speaking of clearing out the lanes, Savasky is having a good time at the bottom.
Yeah, it was been magnificent. I mean, you saw his confidence just brimming with that flash solo kill over on the bottom side. It was like, okay, Long Ginger can have me, but hey, he kind of diffed Frivolous in that sense. Now, that's the problem about, playing AP bottom side. Sometimes, you gotta just expend a lot of mana just for wave clear. And because you have to start with things like a tier, you generally don't have as much power as compared to this lethality virus right now. So, as it stands, we're definitely looking at things like a static shift being one of the potential items somewhere in between. Muramana on top of every other items like an Edge of Night to also block some spells incoming, so you either if it's knocked up or so, you can actually find something returned. Pikachu getting caught up. Here it comes. Grand Skyfall. And he still flashes away. Look at his moves. And the Cal's going to look for a recommitment as well. Divine Creation is here. Looking for a Cal because of fashion. Drag right into the fight. Savasky secures it up against Fantasy. And just like that, that overextension secures a double kill. And Cataclysm will make it 3. And there's just nowhere to go. Sniping from downtown. Savasky making a clean triple.
Dude, that Cataclysm was sexy, but it all started with the flash. It all started, okay, we have to check out the replay again. Just look at this movement here. Pikachu, he was in trouble. Anyone would have thought that he is a goner, but when the Grand Starfall came, he saw the animation, he flashed inside, and that's where everyone else countered. That includes Divine Creation coming in with the flag and drag, and he saved his Cataclysm first. He knows that, okay, I don't need the Cataclysm, we have him caught anyway. He saved the Cataclysm for the final player. And they got a nice cleanup at the bottom.
Yeah, I think that's the most important point, where FRC, they're so well disciplined because they know what spells are available and what isn't. So they want them to expend everything. Here comes the perfect execution round over on the top of Savasky, looking for a shutdown, but he's getting closer and closer to the turret, and he does actually slightly getting the juicy amount, and yet again he gives his life for it. Lanaya for Savasky, and the trade still goes on, and it's going to be an equalizer, burning them to shreds. Long to full, and now it is the Rumble coming in for a showdown as he just burns everyone to the ground, and Crazy Chi has got not much left, but a TP out of the fight. Where exactly did he win? Back into the mid lane just to salvage whatever that was.
Man, we gotta look back at the replay of that, right? Like, everything just happened at one go. Like, it was started by All Luck 2, they want to trade it back, but Lanaya.
Oh man, he's so too low. Great timing on Lanaya. He managed to get not only one shutdown to Savasky, he secures yet another shutdown onto Nekodesu. He's really trying his hardest to carry this game on his shoulders.
Yeah, I can feel the weight on his shoulders right here. And so far, so good for Lanaya. 2 shutdowns back-to-back, that's a lot of gold to Lanaya. But then again, overall, it's still a fairly decent gap of 3k. But we might see another execution here in the middle. Pikachu has the information, and now they know where exactly Pikachu is at, so they won't continue on.
Yeah, Drake at stake though. This is going to be a Hexstrike Drake that's going to be up for grabs. So we'll have to see whether if AL2 actually does have that form of capacity. Earlier there was that flash being blown up in the earlier fight, so there's no flash onto Frivolous. One coming up for Lanaya though, so if we're looking for big plays, maybe we could actually look towards the mid laner of All Luck 2. Whereas, we talked about all these big potential AoE, this could be it.
Okay. Plants the flag, looking to drag, but nobody is there. And I believe that this is the point where All Luck 2, they know that, okay, if we go for a 5v5 engagement, it's very, very risky for them. So they must think about like, okay, can we get a pick off? Can we get like a 4v5? But it looks like the answer is not going to be the case. So FRC, they're going to get this Drake unchallenged again, but maybe Fantasy might do something.
We'll really have to see if he would be able to get the Skyfall into the fight, but they first find him out, and easily does it to pick him up. Lanaya tries to zone him all the way. He goes 1v1 up against Nekodesu, goes right into the shroud, and it's a perfect execution, taking out the way, and now this is the Rumble, once again, with another grand equalizer on top of every single member of All Luck 2, and it is Fantasy somehow limping away, but they've lost the fight, and they lost another Drake.
Oh man, He's definitely a creation of divine intervention. Neko Disu got taken out early, and totally understandable because he's an easy target for Lanai, but in the middle.
Oh, a little overextension. He wants to maybe get a couple of platings down there. But Fantasy, he's still moving around, managing to, you know, get a little bit of freebie, consolation. I guess that helps him to recover.
I'm trying to think of the bright side, right? But okay, let's look back at this fight, right? So I really like how they started off with the Pantheon, and then they decided like, okay, Pantheon is just too tanky, not the target that we want to commit in. Let's shift our focus onto the rest that came in later, and that includes Lanaya. However, Lanaya, he got that one kill, but the brilliance of Divine Creation and his targeting, he knows who to aim down first. He takes down the closest and easiest to take down target.
Yeah, they also do set up a funnel for that. Here comes it, Ransaw 4 right there with the Dredge line at the very same time. They're targeting Neko Desu, and he's absolutely vulnerable. This could be an angle for them to recommit, but it's only going to be the Jarvan. A little too late for Pikachu to actually look for Fang. Perhaps this could still be a big case because Fantasy's pretty low on those health bars. Pulverized 2 up in the air. Piercing arrows, not quite enough! And Fantasy somehow looking to walk his way out of that miraculous run. Long Ginger, next one, count, finally falls right in. And it's going to be a dominating spree for Divine Creations. Once again, denying Fantasy from falling back. Is this going to be an answer of the rest of Fivulus? And Lanaya comes in with a flag, and they do have all the resources to chunk them all out, and they're now out of position.
Okay, they're just base checking each other right now, but look at the amount of damage. Ice Lemon Tea is pushing at the bottom, but focusing on the fight at the top right now from the back.
Oh, they still stayed around, and they got punished. Got one back from Savasky. Instead, FRC, they continue to hustle for every single ounce of gold, and now it's 18-9. I don't know what went on there over the top side.
At some point, both sides stopped, and they were just looking at each other, and then the fight just continues on. It's like they decided to count down.
That's like a double fake, right? Like,
yeah.
They thought like, oh, they backed away. You know what? I think that they're just going to try to recall somewhere around, and it's crazy how FRC operates.
I know, right? It's like when FRC does that, well, All Luck 2 also, they did the same as well. So they're kind of like parallel to each other. But at the end of the day, it's FRC actually winning it. And you gotta think about it, when you stall each other during that moment, FRC, who made the chase, their skills were probably on cooldown. After that stall, they had their skills back, and it made a straightforward rumble for them.
Yeah. As much as, you know, there was a lot of highlights on Divine Creation, I think that throughout the whole game, Pikachu on this Alistar, he's literally everywhere. Every single moment, there's always this perfect pulverize alongside of the headbutt, and it just sets it so nicely for Sebastian.
Yeah, just like this pulverized headbutt, right? He caught 2. Though, arguably we can say that, okay, those at the top, they were really, really tanky. But look at this follow-up here. Black and Drag Cataclysm gets that 1 kill, and it almost got Crazy Chi. So Crazy Chi, lucky enough that he's tanky. But while all that was happening, Lanaya, Fiorin came in from behind, and all of a sudden, just wait for the moment. Okay. After that, everyone stopped.
Oh, because we got another massive team fight, and it's not all too much that they can actually do about it. The Ziggs will go down. Pikachu once again finding a perfect coverage to keep Savasky alive. That spear all connecting, but it's going to be a flash to commit over onto the Alistar just to pick one off. They're trying to find a little bit more momentum and rhythm to come back into this matchup. So that is pretty much a 1-for-1.
7K difference in goal, so that's 1. So far, same story, all objectives for FRC, but more fights.
Oh, perfect Flag and Dragon, and this would be Divine Creation going legendary. There's so much damage on this Jarvan, and here comes the Rumble, flashing forward for the double as well. It does not matter anymore. FRC looking to secure championship point.
Oh, this could be the game-winning fight, and this potentially could be the fastest game that we have got so far in the playoffs. But FRC is telling us that, you know what, we have to respect the opponent. Let's not push in any further.
Yeah, there's no more ways. Maybe we jumped the gun a little quick. I mean, you know.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotta calm down. Gotta calm down.
Yeah, Savasky got himself into trouble though. Oh, can he actually took it out? He cleansed it away! And just like that, Lanaya this time got turned around. Perfect hit by Power Rush. And once more, Savasky alongside with Nicodesu looking for a big snipe onto Lanaya. Pikachu shuts him down completely. Now that's going to be a big roll. Nicodesu trying to actually hold him down as he pops his ultimate over onto the support. Now he does actually pull Philus to the side and still buying just about enough time. And that's going to be a big feast coming from Crazy Chi to finally put a stop to Nicodesu.
I can hear the guys in the production room going, ooh, that must be because of the blast cone earlier, but looks like we can see more.
Oh, Fantasy now goes in for the recommitment. They do have the vision right over the bush, and it's going to be Pikachu cutting over the wall, and Crazy Chi, he's beefing up, but speaking of beef, this is an Alistair right in front of his face. There's not much room for Crazy Chi to make much plays possible, so he's slowly withering, slowly falling back, but Fantasy's there, and a snipe! The piercing arrow response. Same goes to Fantasy with his own spear to trade right back. A lot back and forth, but still, it is undeniably in favor of FRC, but here comes the TP.
But Fury's from the back. He should be able to clean this one up.
Grand Sky Fallen, yet again he's so low. He still wants more because he's so behind. He wants to salvage whatever there is, but yet again, I mean, all that ult being wasted, and Divine Creation is still unkillable in this match. Here comes Lanaya.
Oh man, and now Lanaya flies in just not to find Divine Creation. He saw Ice Lemon Tea instead, and that's not the target that you want, but look at Nekodesu.
He's waiting for the right limit. He does get a little bit of vision over onto Fantasy as well. Only a little tickle over onto the corner. Stretch line does not connect, and it's going to be Long Ginger trying to soak a little bit more of that pressure. Ice Lemon Tea does actually have this equalizer of available. We'll expand it right now. Perfectly burning down their health bars as they got choked. Farrell and Lanaya tries to do something about Nekodesu. There is just nobody aiming at Savasky and gets a double for each, the ADC and the top laner of FRC.
Ice Lemon Tea is just going against the principles of an Ice Lemon Tea, breathing fire into the opponents, getting an ace, and now they're not even thinking about the dragon anymore. They just want to end the game, and looks like they can.
And this might just be the final nail in the coffin heading into this second match. It is championship point up for grabs right after this as they try their level best to hold down the line. Fantasy, how much more can he stall with only one turn left over the Nexus? And now with everyone back here, Lanaya pulls all the way back as he plays around with the Shroud. Pikachu falling down low. Ice Lemon Tea still melting down the health bars of this Cho'Gath, who's not tanky enough to deal with all the output that Fairy Charm has been able to do throughout the game. And it's going to be back-to-back wins. FRC looking to lift the Titans Cup if they can get one more in their bag.
And they're going to get one more ace in the bag before we end the round, ladies and gentlemen. It's a 2-0 match point right now to FRC. And I would say this is a very, very convincing win from the start to the end.
Up till this very point, FRC remains to be undefeated, and I'm not even certain anymore if AL2 has got any ideas to actually try to put a stop to FRC, but there is definitely hope. Fearless Draft, a lot of all these big pigs are already off of the list. Does that mean that this might actually give a little room for some sneaky surprises that they could cook up in the next draft? It's all or nothing right now. The rest of AL2 needs to treat this as a best of one.
I mean, for FRC, they can still pull out sneaky surprises out of their pocket, right? They still have like some picks that they have not used, like the Talia, for example, or even like the Hui that they have used even yesterday. So they have an arsenal of champions that they can go for.
They played the Hui this round though, so
yeah,
it's not
right.
And last round there was Talia coming from Lanaya, so that's also going to be axed out from both sides.
Oh yeah,
I
true.
think like things like the Silas or the Galio will start to open up over on the mid lane. So that kind of changed the dynamics of the bans for a little bit. Okay, before we even get to the drafts, let's talk a little bit more about this this one because I think in terms of team fights as well as back and forth, this time AL2 they were really fighting fire with fire, but still it wasn't enough.
Yeah, I would say we did talk about it when it comes to the draft, right? This is a very team fight, engaging sort of draft by FRC, and they did show it in the gameplay as well. Like they started off by just going in the jungle, okay, try to cut off the resources, and then try to take fights as early as possible. That's why this game has so many fights in it. And look at this, as many fights as it had, Jarvan 4, 12-0-17, did not die a single time.
I wish I get this kind of junglers in my game, man.
Oh,
I
man.
mean, he's an absolute chat. I mean, Divine Creation really looked super massive. Like, he had a game plan from the very first minute. That invade into the blue buff undetected, and he has been able to really clear out the entire blue sector. It just starves out the Fantasy from really getting those resources, and by putting this Pantheon behind, what does it mean? I mean, the rest of these members of Ola 2, they deal magic damage. Take a look at some of these builds. I mean, they didn't even really have to fully consider magic resist, but you can already tell that he's kind of working on the Spirit Visage, so that no matter what, it's very hard to kill off this Jarvan.
Oh, and interesting enough, Ola 2 didn't even get a single turret in this round. Yeah, so
they were just brawling.
They were just brawling, right? So that's the story of this round. Even the goal difference over time, it just goes all the way to FRC. But our MVP, I guess we're not going to debate about this run, right? Surely it is going to be our I thought it would have been Jarvan.
It could have actually been
Okay.
Divine Creation, but overall, like the solo play, remember that flash up over bottom?
Okay, yeah.
That just shows a whole lot of macho-ness coming from Savasky. After all, I think right now he definitely is one of the best ADCs that we've got throughout 2025 here in the C server.
I'm sure if there was like a number being put to Savasky and also the Jarvan, it must be really, really close, maybe like 0.1. So yeah, both parties deserve the MVP anyway. But we're going to check out the best moments here from this round. And from the 5th minute onwards, we kept seeing like fight after fight after fight after fight. This is a fight-heavy game.
Yeah, indeed. And all thanks to who? Pikachu. Look, every single scene, there's always an Alistar, and this was that cheekiest move that we've seen so far.
Oh yeah, I really love this one. Like, he has to be absolutely on point when he saw the Grand Star 4 animation to flash inside. And not only that, the counter engagement, the moment Divine Creation arrives, it is just so on point.
Yeah, because he has relayed the fact, oh, the Nautilus burned his flash, and they've already run out of resources. They could look to really recommit, and look at the kind of funnels as well. I think Savasky, Lanaya definitely did a lot on this Akali, but even despite the case, I mean, it is getting more and more overwhelming because you can keep a few carries in check, but there's still nobody to answer back to this Rumble who comes in late to the fights.
Yeah, this is clearly just playing Aram here, right? Like, everyone's like stuck in the alley and just like 5v5 each other. So it's just a matter of like, oh, who has more skills at that point. But this is the versatility that I like from FRC. They put their focus on the Fantasy for a moment, but they realize that, okay, Fantasy is tanky while the rest of them are approaching. Let's switch our attention to all the other champions that are easier for us to kill, and they did it all together. It's not like only one player doing it and the rest didn't.
Yeah, it just goes to show that FRC is just so multifaceted. They just have so many ideas that they can actually fall back to, where they're just really working with each other. They're just relaying all the intel that, hey, you can back away, I can just cover you with whatever spells I do have. And there's just so many great equalizers coming from this Rumble that it just makes team fights undoable coming in for Ola 2.
Yep, and with that, we can say that FRC, as compared to Game 1, this is a even more dominant game by FRC. They were lesser iffy moments, in fact, for FRC as well. And that brings us to game number 3, that will be match point for FRC. But also to note that this is the first time in the playoffs, or in this entire tournament, that FRC plays a game 3. So it will be a test of their champion pool coming to this round.
At this point in time, I'm not really worried about what Nico Desu plays. I think I've seen just about a champion ocean pool for him, right? So we've seen the side of being an assassin for Lunaya. We've seen the Talia that's been the most effective pick. Is there still more tricks up his sleeve? Because right at this moment, we haven't even seen things like the Victor, which, you know, in pro play is very potent. Things like a Corgi for the marksman could also be a huge pick coming into this potential final game. I say potential because there's still avenues where AL2, it seems like game 2, they have some focus points onto, oh, I'm just going to go for a player A, player B, and if they go down, we'll hope for the best for the rest of the team fights. Whereas it was the whole sequence of team fight that FRC has taught out so well in form of coordination. Now, AL2, they need to take these couple of minutes to really reframe how they want those team fights to go, what kind of draft they want it to look like, because we also didn't see a lot of tank junglers to be picked up to the list. Sejuani's still left available, by the way.
That and the Galio is still available. I'm just putting my hope out there.
There's a lot of picks out there I want to see.
Okay, name a few.
I think I've mentioned about the Silas. I've mentioned about Corky. I think these are really good picks in almost any scenario. Well, depending on what you're facing up against. And on top of that, I think like we've seen a couple of all these other band champions that we've had so far for the course of the rest of the draft. Unfortunately enough for you, 0 Gallios.
Oh, come on, guys. They don't love me enough by this point. And you have to be Fairy Charm actually banning it up. I'll accept Fate by now. But maybe some of your picks might come up here. Like the Silas, like what you mentioned.
Victor.
That's
for the mid lane for them to really consider. So far, out of all 3 matches, not a single one allowed Wukong at the very same time. So pretty much these 2 teams really understood that, yeah, these are the kind of picks that is still very, very strong if you allow it to pass. And hence why you're looking at permabans, including the Silas here in this game tree. So Fairy Charm is just really forcing the hands of Olok too. It's like, you're going to be on the red side. We pick first. We could go flex. We could go whatever we want. We want to force your hands right now.
I'm thinking about the Azir that is still open. Yeah, we don't get to see much Azir. I remember a few Azir bans before this, but it hasn't been a real popular pick. Why do you think so?
It really depends on what the goal is. If you're looking for a skilling composition, then Azir is looking pretty good. Ahri's always a great, stable answer as a first pick as well. And we finally get to see Nico Desu on an Ahri. So
he's feeling like a faker.
I mean, he plays like, I would say, so Caps has already taken baby faker. Like, do we call Nico Desu a teenage faker? If that's the case.
Wow, you mean one class above a baby faker?
One up against Caps.
Whoa. Okay.
SCA is better than LEC, maybe? I have no clue.
Hot take.
I mean, it's kind of proven, though. Like, you saw the LCP. I mean, CFO, they're on fire. Hongkyu and Ko3 are just super amazing. Who knows? We might actually see Nico Desu to be challenging some of these big names out there. And look at them go. Wow. A LeBlanc versus Ahri. This is an absolute skill matchup. A lot of dashes around the rift. Yunara is something that has slight right through, so that is being picked up for the ADC. And to also answer back, what do you think of this Lee Sin pick? Because this is a lot of emphasis on the early game pick-off potential from Fairy Charm.
Okay, firstly, I want to point out that these 3 picks, first time we're seeing it in the playoffs from Fairy Charm. So the Lee Sin pick, well, I mean, it's a very high mobility sort of champion, and I think it's very disruptive, especially to the backline. So whoever who's going to be in the backline for All Luck 2, they need to be very, very careful of this Lee Sin.
Yeah, and to also counter that as well, this is the reason why you are looking at a Poppy. It could still be a Poppy jungle, it could be a Poppy support. So every time you see a Lee Sin nearby, whenever she activates her W ability, she could just block dashes. Now that you have 2 or 3 champions in total coming from Fairy Charm that relies on dashes, whoever pilots this Poppy, be it if it's gonna be the support or even Fantasy himself inside the jungle, he really has to find that perfect timing in that sense where it's make or break in some of these team fights. So a lot of counter measurements coming from Olak 2, and I really do like the Yunara pick right now. I'm not too sure though, if you're pairing it with Poppy, how does that dynamic work? Because phase 2 right now, they are just doubling down. Ban that Azir, ban that ADC of both Caitlyn as well as Ezreal. So realistically, what other ADCs are we looking at?
Ooh, okay. I kind of find it interesting, the fact that Israel is being banned out. But I guess that's your answer there.
Oh, Tristana.
Yeah.
So once more, very dive-heavy composition. So this is kind of like a Poppy's dream. Like, no matter how you use your W, so long as you see somebody dashing, you can actually put a stop to it. But hold that top for a second. Wait a second.
No.
Is that a support Ashe?
Okay, you need to learn from the graphics here that...
He got my heart beating, skipping a beat.
I know, right? I know. I mean, okay.
Wow.
It could be fun to watch, a support Ashe. Just land the arrow.
I feel like Fairy Charm right now, they're putting all their eggs in the basket and say, all luck to, all in. Like, everybody could dive. Like, who do you realistically focus onto these members? Like, you kind of want to focus on Sebastian, but you got this Elise that's always going to be in your face. So, it is rather tough. I mean, so long as all luck 2, they play for the mid-late game, they should actually have this one in the back. I actually like the very, very late pick of Rise. And suddenly, the tides have turned. This is a block support.
Okay.
Okay. How does this work?
Right.
Because right now, I don't think it's fully favorable for the Elise to actually try to land those cocoons onto the LeBlanc. And same could be said if you are looking for the chains to really lock somebody down. So that's kind of a lot of pressure on both sides of the ADCs because you got two assassin supports at each other's throat. Oh man, this is a very spicy game, and it is definitely no stones left unturned. This is all out from All Luck 2 as well.
Alright, are you liking the draft from All Luck 2? Considering that this is match point.
I actually think this is a very strong draft. Like that Poppy to answer all these dashes, and then you also do have Kisante. If he does get some really good all-out angles, he gets to isolate a target. He will generally build full tank, so you kind of have two strong front line. On top of that, Lanaya, if he scales, he's kind of like the tertiary tank as well. He's going to have a lot of all these items, whether if it's going to be a lot of mana alongside with health bars. So they can actually sustain those team fights. So what they're hoping to do is to create that space for that Yunara to really melt them down eventually.
Right, so in order for them to execute that sort of team fight, and they have to execute it as quickly as possible, right? In theory, that is. Again, they must be able to farm. And I guess from what we learned from game number 2 is that they need to protect their jungle. If the jungle gets invaded again, like how we saw they lose like half of their jungle, then it's bad news.
I mean, it could easily be preventable, right? The first step, I mean, the first couple of seconds you get out of the base, you just drop 1 or 2 watts. It's actually worth it. I mean, by the time you go back in the lane and eventually resets itself, the jungle will be clearing whatever other camps that you could actually track by then. So, very charmed. They're definitely looking for whatever pickups that they do get, and then it's just gonna be a snowball. Same goes to the Lee Sin. If All Luck 2 manages to starve them out, play a super slow game, not allowing whatever dies to actually happen quick, although Fairy Charm will definitely force their hands, if they could just survive through it all Luck 2 is gonna have a great time in the mid game.
But I mean, you have a Lee Sin, right? Is it gonna be a super slow game with a Lee Sin?
No, I mean he's trying to look for that tempo. That's the whole point of it. So that's where, you know, high risk, high reward for the side of Fairy Charm. Whereas All Luck 2, I mean, we've seen them trying to push the limit as well. Okay, we got a switcheroo coming in as well on some of all these spells and stuff. So both supports taking like telling you that they're gonna go pretty aggressive, and pretty much the same sums coming in from the marksman for the most part. So let's focus back onto this heated matchup back in mid lane. Lanaya on this rise versus an Ari. So I kind of like both. I think Ari generally does have a little bit of that early power. Maybe level 1 is still kind of a little 50-50 though. I mean, sure, Rice needs to burn a lot of mana to actually get things done, but it's really about the mid laners right now. If they can control some of all these waves, get their spikes, get the first couple of roams out there to get the first blood, then it will really dictate the pace of this game.
So it sounds to me like you're saying like the mid is still 50-50 on paper at the very beginning, but it really depends on who gets the advantage. Maybe it's by the last hits, or maybe even like not even getting a kill. Maybe getting a kill is a big bonus, right? But if you're able to shoo away your opponent, make them lose like one wave, then that's already a huge advantage in the middle. So it sounds to me like what you're saying is that who is able to get either one of those conditions up, they will have the upper hand all the way.
Pretty much so, but more of getting their teams activated, right? Whether it's going to be a roam to the bot lane with a Realm Warp or even the Spirit Rush, or a good opportunity through some of these contests. So these two players specifically, they will definitely play a very integral role into this matchup. So that being said, ladies and gents, this could potentially be our very final matchup here in the Titans Cup, Malaysia and Singapore. Sir Cloud, let's get right in.
Let's get right in here. And the first thing that we want to see is that who's going to make the bold move. Oh, wait. 5 stack at the bottom, 5 stack in the middle. Contra, we're going to see a potential brawl here. They don't know.
I mean, they're actually doing exactly the same against each other. So it's all about who calls the bluff first and foremost. Okay, it's going to be a big wraparound coming from Lanaya. Could they potentially spot this one out?
All right.
They have a deep ward right there. So I have a sense that somebody's about to get caught, but they're just showing that, you know, they're not falling prey to this. So both sides just dropping a ward at each other's just camps, and they call it a day, but they are starting on opposite sides of the blue.
Yeah, they're just mirroring each other, right? And that move just reminds me of national service. Like you just walk in parallel.
Oh, happy birthday, Singapore.
Oh, yeah.
Happy Independence Day is the right word. Yeah. Yep.
But yeah, even like parallel walking back to their own lane, like they see each other side by side. They even plant pretty much the same wards on each other's side. It's like, you know, we're just looking at a mirror at the very beginning.
That's right. And it goes to show that the level of understanding is so much better right now that AL2 is not falling prey to those kind of jungling maneuvers. So that playbook currently can't fully be used by FRC, so it is a lot of back and forth trading. But Longitude right now has been very proficient on the LeBlanc, and oh, look at the trading. Lanaya soaking too much.
Yeah. And Lanaya, we did talk about like the mid battle, how important it is by the Mono. Pikachu taking a lot of damage as well. But with the Ignite on, they're not going to get the first blood. The Ignite is still active though by Long Ginger. Last hit, Swarovski still gets the trade back.
Still going on.
Yep, should be able to get away right now. But oh, first 2 hits. I doubt you'll be able to hit that one. So Swarovski survives. But at the top, oh, it's a 2v1 onto Ice Lemon Tea. And Ice Lemon Tea, last hit, not able to get the trade on the Fantasy. And it is 2-1 right now.
And AL2 finally got their early game spikes, and that challenge, that bold challenge coming from Phil Villiers, he understands the limit over onto this Yunara, and now this is just going to be a wide wraparound, and they do not know Pikachu's right behind him.
Oh no, in trouble right now. And Pikachu comes in. Also, Divine Creation is there as an insurance policy, but they don't really need him. They're still able to get the kill. A little bit of an overextension.
A little overcommitment as well. I mean, he kind of tunnel vision onto trying to get Swarovski because he knows he blows those double sums. And yet again, Ice Lemon Tea now have been able to poke and prod. This is the power of the Jace in the early game. You get to just slowly wither down despite this guy going on to Kisante. He doesn't really have the items yet. Only getting a little bit more of that regen coming in from the north. He flashes in!
Okay. Turret damage! Oh, turret damage, and Crazy G survives!
He managed to land a Tofu strike, and he just got pulled right back to the turret with that flash play. We gotta see that again. It's so, so beautiful.
Oh man, if it was not because of the turret, then we know Ice Lemon Tea would have won that one. But thanks to the third, Crazy Chi got that kill. And look at this, right? We're only like 4 minutes in the game and we're already at like 6 kills. This is the highest kill to time ratio that we have got so far.
Yeah. And looks like the secret weapon right now is this Kasane we have catch.
Okay, definitely gonna catch Lanaya.
He's got the ghost.
But then again, Fantasy is set to trade his position. Lanaya makes a U-turn here together with Flores coming in. And Sofaski is in trouble. He's really low right now. Fantasy will be the first one to fall to the hands of Nekodesu. But Nekodesu still getting the double kill and now he's trying to get away. Can he actually get away with Long Ginger and Flores behind him? I doubt so. But here comes Sofaski. He still wants to find that trade. But Nekodesu still able to get a triple kill.
Pikachu, he was in the right place at the right time. He was chasing down all these members who with those low health bars, and instead he followed all the kill onto Neko, and now down to Fibulus.
Oh, this is going to be a straightforward kill here. Flores has no other escape spells, and Divine Creation again with that one kill towards the end.
What are we witnessing here, Cloud? I mean, it was a full commitment coming in from all the members of FRC, other than, you know, some of these guys who were in the top lane. But overall, who benefited the most? Nekudesu. Those two kills to 3, and now, right now, Isomete's got no mana.
Oh, but it's 1v2 at the same time without mana. He went in for the 1v2. Okay, to be fair to him, he probably didn't know the rotation from the river, but no mana.
Yeah. Really, looking at it all two, they are looking so good by fighting fire with fire, going full aggression, completed the sorcerer boots onto this LeBlanc, and it is already going everywhere around the map, going for that kind of lane swap. So that kind of puts a little bit of a chunk of platings out. Savasky looking for the second plating at the very same time. AL2, this is the very first time out of all 3 matches that they are actually up ahead.
Yeah, 8-6. In terms of goal difference, not that much, but 8-6. Okay, so at least that gives her a little bit more momentum in this round. But honestly, Contra, this feels like just an Aram to me. It's like just fight from the beginning.
Yeah, you know, there was like some of all these brand new sports that comes up, and something that interests me is Power Slap. Yeah, I don't know if you ever heard of it, where you see like 2 guys on stage battling each other, but we got the all-out coming in.
Okay, I mean, I'm not too used to seeing 2 guys on stage, but here comes Ice Lemon Tea with only 1 guy behind him, and that's Crazy Chi on the rampage now. And now Lanaya.
Rail Warp.
1v2.
Oh, he got back to safety. Whoa. Oh, that was absolutely smooth coming from Lanaya, but the battle continues over bottom lane. Double!
Okay, we're not done yet with the fight here. Here comes Fantasy getting one. But Savaski versus Fantasy, very, very low. And Savaski with that shield. Last minute, gets it onto Fantasy.
He managed to get the first kill, then the rocket jump resets, and that just allows Savaski to now snowball. So he's going to be up ahead. Lanaya, he's going for the chase. He does have the W connected, but it does not actually lock Nekodesu. He's just looking back and forth. Long Ginger is looking for a flank.
Okay. Doesn't know that Long Ginger is there.
Spot
now he does. Okay. If he didn't know him move anywhere further forward, he would have been gone.
Yeah.
I see you. Alright, I see you, but I'm not going in yet. Oh, but maybe I'll go in right now. And that's a beautiful charm down to Long Ginger, but Long Ginger somehow still survives.
Oh, he also goes in for the clone, the decoy. Long Ginger is so good on this LeBlanc. On top of that, he's really playing by the limit, although he was hit by that cocoon. I love that these guys are playing so many mind games against each other. And also, fun fact, Nekodesu is getting himself that brand new Spirit Blossom Ari skin. It just looks so beautiful. But man, despite the beauty of it right now, they're really gaining a little bit more tempo, having more of these minions chunking down that mid lane turret, so they're still regaining a little bit more goal as time goes by.
Okay, now Divine Creation going in, but that flash says Long Ginger!
But
he still gets burned down by Savaski towards the end! But Divine Creation punished for his ambitious movement as well, so it's a 1-for-1 trade.
Oh, he got that ticking to the very last second. Savaski is just so good at calculating what are the conditions to really get those kills in. And right now, the rest of AL2 asking them to come challenge for the Drake.
Okay, come here, my man, come here. I-17 from the side, and it's going to be AL2 getting the Drake. But here comes Fantasy, very, very low on health. I-17 kind of low as well, but they look like they want to re-engage again. But here comes Lanaya. The moment they see Lanaya, they cannot continue on. Pikachu might be hunted down, but it's just too far away.
Once again, Fantasy clutching those moments. He managed to block some of all these dashes, and on top of that, knocks away the key target, which is the Lee Sin that's also approaching at the very same time. So right now, they get themselves the objective. They stabilize once again. AL2 is just getting a little bit more out of trades, but there's still that chase going on.
Oh, Sabaski chasing. Oh, but the turret is there. Don't get overexcited, Sabaski. He could be punished for it. But here comes Negonesto! From the side. Oh, not able to get enough damage onto the Lanaya, but instead countered by Fantasy being the guardian of Lanaya.
I don't know if he's from another galaxy, but he definitely is the prime guardian of AL2 here. And this pivotal match for them to still pull it into a potential game for Divine Creation. He's trying to find a little bit more of that opening, and Pikachu is also trying to see if he could find those big cocoons. And here comes Long Ginger.
Oh, Fantasy as well from the side. So it looks like it's going to be a 3v3 error moment here, but both sides decided to like, okay, let's just let this one go. We cannot just be face checking each other. And the grubs will be picked up.
Yeah, and they waste no time. They know that the Poppy is out of a little bit of resources. I-17 got caught out once again.
Okay, 2v1, and I-17 this time will definitely go down. No way he's going to be able to survive that one. But the Grubs, free for picks.
Yep, I just love the timing. This time, you got to give it to Long Ginger. He arrives into some of all these perfect scenarios, and just like that, get those isolations. Ice Lemon Tea 0-5 on this Jace. This is very uncharacteristic coming in from what we saw. And also thanks to Crazy Chi, who's got that early doubles over onto the solo lane up top. And now Crazy Chi could actually have some big impact. He's already working on the Iceborne Gauntlet. I mean, once that's up, it is going to be pretty hard. Once he latches onto one unit with the all-out, that he's not going to let go.
Yeah, I'm processing the 0-5 on the Jace here by Ice Lemon Tea. It's a very different scoreline compared to the game before. Do you think it's affected by the champion pool?
Perhaps so. I mean, we take a look at how many of all these great picks that's already off the list. You got to win with the Gwen. Last couple of rounds, even those Renekton's were being expended. So I think Jace, generally, when you're playing on blue side, it is a decent pickup. But it really goes to show that Crazy Chi understands the limitation, especially you remember that kind of setup that he had, flashing to really have a big catch onto Ice Lemon Tea to have him from on the turret, and he's got to do it one more time up against Sabaski.
Oh, Fantasy moved in, but Long Ginger from the back! Here comes, but still Sabaski is able to get a kill, finally countered by Long Ginger, so another 1-for-1 trade in the middle.
Yeah, and just like that, he just have so much firepower. Long Ginger with the double distortion was the right call for them to pick up another kill in their pocket. Right now, you are not only concerned about a scaling Lanaya on this rise, this LeBlanc is starting to become a threat. I mean, you could say the same about, you know, a potential coming from Elise to look for some of all these patches. And speaking of which, here comes the collapse.
Okay, Ice Lemon Tea, he has to change his mentality because he's slightly behind. He cannot go all in to commit. So, lucky enough, that's the case, and he backed off just in time.
He kind of burned the ultimate coming in from Field Village at the very moment. It does not really matter all too much, and over on the course of the next fight, it could be up again. Sabaski! Double jump!
Okay, and he should be able to get this kill even, and at the same time, he forced the flash out. Flash died after that. This is a big win for Sabaski.
I know that somebody's paying on his death for sure. But the thing is that he doesn't have the servers and base up online, but it also allows Long Ginger with that burst. Now he brings down Sabaski down low. But they're looking for those tower trades, and it's not quite there just yet. TP comes in.
Okay, they have to back off, so Now the bottom turret is being defended, but I'm looking at Divine Creation from the side as well. They could go in anytime. So Long Ginger still got Pikachu, but now he's very, very low. Savaski could jump in anytime soon, but he has to be aware of his surrounding as well.
Fantasy.
Because right now the rotation coming in from the side by Fantasy as well as Crazy Chi, and they back off before they arrive.
You can definitely see that FRC, they are trying to really focus on some of all these objectives, and they did manage to open up the side lanes pressure a little bit more. Ice Lemon Tea, now that he's so behind, he does not care anymore. I'm just continuously shoving those waves. I don't mind risking my life so long as my team can actually get the job done. If 4 members go over on the stage, he's not worth gold anymore. But the problem is, AL2, they found that opening, they secured it into the Drake. So they're really stacking that late game firepower that they can unleash towards FRC, and they're not going to boat well scaling.
Okay, I want to point this out, right? AL2, there are 16 kills versus 13 from FRC. But when it comes to goal, FRC is still ahead by 2K.
Yeah, I mean, overall, they got the goal onto the right places, right? I mean, oh, it's a little bit extra over on the side of Kasate. Is always great to have those beefy front lines. And here comes Fantasy looking for another stoppage up against Jace.
Okay, Pikachu, he has to protect his teammate Ice Lemon Tea. He's not the tankiest at this moment, but 2 flashes
flash.
expanded. Here comes Nekudesu from the back! Nekudesu should be able to secure this 1 kill. Make it another one. Flow risk is kind of low as well, but same goes for Ice Lemon Tea. He has to give assistance, but Savaski shows up just in time to clean up everything else, including potentially Crazy Chi. Now Crazy Chi has to turn back.
And Nekudesu, he's got that laser focus. That pickup of what was required. He just zooms right in, gets the charm onto Lanaya to make this play possible. And now they're knocking on their doors on the T2, but the waves are falling pretty low. So it's a risky play from Crazy Chi. Is he going to try to find something in return? He still has the all out, but is he going to call for it?
Okay, he doesn't need to go truly all in. So they will let that turret go for now and they'll come back later. While Divine Creation is clearing up the camps on the side of All-Luck 2, not leaving anything else for them. But here comes Fantasy and Pikachu. Look at the damage onto Fantasy.
All these camps being stolen away, they're slowly starving out this Poppy. You see, it's been a little bit of a struggle for him to actually complete some of all these tank items, so he kind of has, you know, a blade up online for to actually scan all around for whatever wards. Sure, they have better vision control, but is it only gonna be enough when you just need this Poppy to be in the right place? But then we're also looking at Lanaya once again falling flat this time around. He's actually to the hands of the Jace, and they're looking for another dive.
Oh, they got the stun in here, and Flores has nowhere to go. Pikachu will land the final blow, and he will be sent home.
I felt that AL2 kind of dropped the ball a little bit. Where's the macro control over the map? There's nobody manning over a mid lane, and there's certainly nobody even challenging for this Shelly over on the top side of the river. So that's going to be the Rift Herald now in the hands of FRC. They regain that momentum, and as a matter of fact, those kills that they've gotten so far from AL2, it doesn't matter anymore. It's 36 gold to 29.
Yeah, now everything's towards FRC, right? The goal, even the kills as well, and to a certain extent, the level. Some of them are even 1 level ahead of their counterpart on L2.
I mean, Sabaski's just a monster. Oh. Look at him go.
Oh, and here comes Fantasy. But lucky enough for him, he does have his teammates. Long Ginger is there. But Pikachu, only maximum of 2 seconds that he will disappear. But somehow, as what they say, what goes up must come down.
Yeah, Fantasy did actually knock Sabaski away, but that 1v1!
Oh, Ice Lemon Tea last hit.
Ignite.
Burn down, Ignite should be enough though. But not enough yet. Crazy Chi still has to go in for the finisher, and he should be. Wait a second! A counter flash, and Ice Lemon Tea survives!
Oh, that was so close! I was mistaken. I said Ignite. That was a little bit more of that Iceborne Gauntlet as well.
Oh, yeah.
For the proc. And I thought maybe with the slow stack, you can actually latch onto him. But both sides respecting each other, but there is still a 2v1. Realm War buying time. He's going to ship over, but still,
nicely
right there.
done. Beautifully executed by Divine Creation. He kind of read that towards the very end, but here's Savaski. Again, another last hit survival. Long Ginger shows up though, but there's nothing that Long Ginger can do at this moment.
And they're trying their level best to really take off Sabaski. Right now, he's sitting with a big bounty up his name. 1 shutdown, that's 650 gold. Shelly now knocking over onto the inhibitors right down bottom. And there's just not much that they can respond with. 3 members on the death timers. They're about to come up, but I'm afraid that they're going to lose all their turrets in return.
Oh man, definitely will for sure. That's going to be 2 turrets down, and not only the turrets, Crazy Chi could go down as well. He's in trouble, Charm back, and Ice Lemon will follow up from there. And Divine Creations all the way to the back. Nekudesu finishes off Ice Lemon Team. And here is double kill given away. Fantasy gets Ice Lemon Tea in return. But look at All Luck 2. Like they lost 2 inhibited turrets, but they're not done yet though. Here comes the attack on the Fantasy, and that puts Safusky on the rampage. And Flores is now the only one left. Are they going to go in for the ace?
It's going to be pretty hard. I mean, he's got to keep himself alive because there's still all these waves crashing right in. He might even need to let go of that inhibitor right now over on the bottom side. So Philvilis, he didn't get the shutdown. That shutdown worth 650 gold, it went to Long Ginger. It was actually down to that very final proc of what I do believe was Electrocute. Now, you saw that power play happen, and as much as it was a lot of back and forth trade, you could see All Luck 2 is really putting everything possible onto the line, and Nekudesu, he's plotting something very, very nasty up over on the brush. I'm not too sure if it's going to be a big catch. Lanaya so far has been picked off multiple times. He did not scan the other side. So this might just be a very, very big current calling for them.
Okay, they will go in. They see one, and just like that, you blink and you miss a moment. They will get that 1 kill. Long Ginger has to back off. And just like that, now they're playing the cheeky moves.
Yeah, I mean, just the classic push setup. Meanwhile,
whoa, 1v1 at the top. Ice Lemon Tea seems to be in trouble. But from the back, Philvis is going to come and make a showing. And that's where he will have a good glass of Ice Lemon Tea.
I mean, a little Kool-Aid does help, but once again, here comes Safusky!
Oh, Safusky, just in the nick of time. The comms was on point there. He was about to get back home, but okay. Can Safusky actually... Oh, Safusky found Crazy Chi! But now it's a 1v1. Crazy Chi is kind of tanky though. Safusky, does he have enough to fight against Crazy Chi? And the fight will continue. Oh, with this range. That he kept against Crazy Chi. He should have enough though. If not, Pikachu is there as an insurance policy. But who needs Pikachu when you have yourself to believe in?
I mean, he's got the barrier online. He's also got the buster shot as well. He was not even concerned.
Oh, Pikachu! Oh! Still able to get that kill? Are you kidding me, Pikachu? And potentially even 2 kills. The second one might be on the Fantasy, but Pikachu, okay, you're very, very low now. Don't do it. Don't listen to the voice.
I mean, his voice is saying, okay, I just need to defend this. I need to clear out all these waves. But there's no way you're fighting those spiderlings and not get clipped by any of them, right? Like, he's not going to turn into Spider-Man, even if he tries. Okay, I know maybe I'm going a little far with the whatever references, but do you expect in the grand finals we're looking at a total of more than 50 kills right at this moment, only 22 minutes in? This is absolutely absurd where we just have them going at each other's throat and they're looking for a catch over on Neko. Oh, there's range!
Oh, beautiful kick behind by Divine Creations. Getting Flores for the main damage dealers. And this is time for them to end it all. But can they actually catch at least one more? They might be able to against Crazy Chi. Crazy Chi very low, only 1 step in back. But he did not make it. That's another charm. Double kill to Nekudesu. And they will surely get this ace. Last one, Lanaya. Ace towards the end. And here is FRC to wrap everything up as your grand champion of the Titans Cup 2025.
Undeniably, your Titans of the region. Fairy Charm were undefeated, and they will be the ones to represent MYSG in the LCP wildcards.
This last round is just an absolute... Okay, if we thought that round 2 was like, oh, this is like a very fight, brawly sort of round, this one tops it all.
It is the biggest slugfest we've ever seen on any Summoner's Rift possible. I mean, it almost was so difficult that to the point that we both have to kind of do a little play-by-play from my side and yourself as well. So
All right.
yeah, 50 over kills, 20 over minutes, and yet again, FRC they prevailed, and it is all thanks to their sure mechanical understanding. Savasky wrapped up on this Tristana. Initially, things were looking so good for AL. They had the lead, but what really went on? Man, some of these fights, I felt like the Tristana was left unchecked.
Oh man, yeah, Tristana was kind of forgotten maybe because of the range. So you kind of like, okay, kind of tunnel vision yourself to focus on whoever's in front, which is kind of natural or what might happen if you kind of like just lose focus basically, right? Or if you're just thinking like, okay, this is an A-round game. This is an A-round game. Whoever's in front of you, just go for that one first. You think about the backline later.
That's the biggest high stakes A-round if that's the case. So, I mean, we had the fun match, but this was really serious business. You saw the rest of AL2. They have a lot of objectives. And Long Ginger, he unveiled this really big wildcard pick of a LeBlanc support, right? Going super aggressive. You saw even that level 3 movement into the top lane that kind of gives a little bit more of that edge towards what we saw eventually with the Kesante also ramping up ahead. And I thought if they could just stabilize, play towards their own tempo than to actually follow the chaos that erupted, then it should have actually by right allow Lanaya to scale. But you see, the whole game, it was a full stomp onto this Rise. Lanaya was not able to even get those ROA stacks. I mean, when you buy a Rods of Angel, you need to wait for the minutes, right, to get those stacks up. And I mean, the rest of FRC, they know this is like, we're not gonna allow you to cook. We're not gonna allow you to even have too much space to breathe. So they fought back. They had that release to always try to put those cocoons in. And my, I mean, it's been a lot back and forth, but it's also pretty clean stuff that we are seeing come from Divine on that Lee Sin too, on those catches.
Okay, but you know what's different this time? The difference is that Fairy Charm only have one player with a double-digit kill. Like before this, it was like at least 2 of them. And Savasky is the one to come up with 12 kills. 12, 3, 10 KDA to be exact. And like what you mentioned, right? Like sometimes Savasky is kind of forgotten, and that's how he got those free hits and those kills to his name.
Yeah, and at a certain point where they start to pay attention to him, they kind of tunnel vision onto trying so hard to actually secure the shutdown that it allowed the rest of them to also free hit upon their members. So I think Olak 2 definitely did a massive job in this game. They secured a little bit more of those drakes, but Pikachu, finally, he's got that deserving MVP title as a support. And look at the amount of damage. That's close to 19k.
For his support?
For his support. And he's everywhere across the map, trying to also match up to the LeBlanc. And I believe certain moments have also been able to one-up them at certain points of time. It's all thanks to those big cocoons and always following up. And I gotta highlight that first fight for the Drake. It was Pikachu going very closely to those carries to eventually secure that double kill for Godesu that kind of propels this Ari ahead. Watch this closely.
Right, we're probably going to get that one on the highlight reel, right? But there were so many fights.
Kill 1.
Okay.
Kill 2. All set by Pikachu, by the way.
Oh. And because of him doing those moves, like it allowed like his teammates to get all the other kills.
And as much as they managed to eventually get some trades back, but Nekodesu, you gave him an edge, he takes it to 10 yards across, the triple kill, and then eventually they kind of overstepped a little bit. Savasky, because of this double, he just really snowballed up ahead.
Yep, and this was like a... Okay, throughout the entire game, it was just all out brawl, right? But you just have to love, you just have to admire the coordination of FRC. Look at how they kind of like put themselves as a bait. They pull out the players of Olak 2, and then like 2 other players from FRC would just come in from behind and just crush them all together. I mean, this is just a well-coordinated team.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so many nuances as well as big setup moments. Pikachu, with that deep work, it allowed Nico Desi to go for the catch with the Spirit Rush. And there was also this point where a great call coming from Divine's creation
Ooh.
to also go for even more. And then Savasky, by this time, he's just having fun. He could just go solo bolo. He said one kill's not enough. He wants even up against a Kisante, doing this against the sheer tank of AL2. Just goes to tell you how well he understands his limits.
Oh yeah, and he kind of soloed this one, 1v2. Basically, this is a 1v2,
Yeah.
and he's still able to get this one. And on this highlight reel, this is of course the final moment. They even almost chase all the way inside, but of course they know their limits. This is still a tournament, so you still need to like, okay, let's refocus back and let's end the game because they obviously don't want to drag into the next game. If not, they have to rethink about what champions they're gonna pick.
Yeah, and of course, that being said, All Out 2, they were great. They've definitely showed us what they've got, but we really have to give it up for our champions. Very Charmed that has been able to go on a pure win streak, not a single loss, and just show us that they are the very best here in the Titans Cup. We congratulate them as champions, and we thank you guys for joining us throughout the past couple of weeks, as it's been a pleasure to cast alongside with you, Sir Cloud. So any last words before we wrap up the entirety of this Titans Cup?
Food was good at the studio. Just saying. Gotta give a shout out to the people behind the scenes as well, especially all these people who have been putting out the hard work, putting up the good show for all of you out there. Don't forget to follow the social medias of League of Legends MYS for future tournaments. That will be all from us at the desk. My name is Sir Cloud together with Contra. We'll be seeing you again in the future. Bye bye.
Take care.